August 30th special meeting of the City Council. And City Clerk?
Roll call with the exception of Councilmember Ridgway. All members are present.
Okay, we'll stand to the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Councilman Nichols. And we have the pleasure of having former Mayor Dennis O'Neill give us our invocation tonight. Thank you.
Please follow after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and members of the City Council. Please join me in prayer. I call on our great Lord Almighty, our God of love, to bless the victims of the tremendous tragedy down in the Gulf states caused by Hurricane Katrina. I call on you to also bless this wonderful body in their deliberations this evening on the general plan update, and that you lead them to make wise decisions which will be in the best interest of this great city and all of our citizens. I ask this in your name. Amen.
Yes, Mr. O'Neill.
You know, the mayor asked me to give the invocation. Of course, I was very pleased to do that, but just as a lighter side to kind of start the meeting off, I might share with you a story that actually occurred when I was on the City Council, and the mayor at the time was Mayor John Hedges, and the minister that was scheduled that evening to give the invocation wasn't here. And so he's looking for somebody to give the invocation, and so he said, well, I guess I'll give the invocation. And so he bowed his head. He says, God help us. It's always a good invocation.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. I do want to echo comments about the devastation in southern states from Hurricane Katrina, and our thoughts are with the victims and thoughts also with the rescue forces that are working right now, sorting out the situation, and I'm assuming just providing life-saving rescues as we're sitting here. Our thoughts are with them and to the victims. Thank you. City Clerk?
Current business, item number 1, 2003 JWA Settlement Agreement Amendments, Airport Director's Implementation Recommendations.
Who will give the report for staff?
We're going to have Bob Burnham give this report, and it's on this agenda, this special meeting tonight, because you requested it, Mr. Mayor, at the last council meeting, and I thought this would be a good opportunity to give an update of an issue that has been in the newspapers over the last week.
Okay. The background of this is that the counties announced they're going to expand the JWA facilities. And our residents have asked us, well, how could you let this happen? And so to bring everybody's memory current, I asked, and Mr. Burnham agreed to come in and report back on an open session of how the recent settlement agreement that the city was fortunate enough to agree with the county and execute coincides with this planned expansion, that we weren't asleep at the switch here, that this is well planned in advance, that public hearings were heard when the settlement agreement was being discussed before it was executed, and that's all in the past, but here's where we are today. And I asked Mr. Burnham, and he kindly agreed to come back and tell us what's happening today relative to what happened before and not so long ago. Thank you, Mr. Burnham.
That was a good report, Mayor. And even though Mr. O'Neill became a mayor after being the city attorney, I have no intention of becoming a mayor. I think it may be helpful, because we have heard from constituents and others about the proposed increases in the terminal at JWA and the proposed increase, or the currently authorized increase in passenger service levels. How did this occur? And I think it may be helpful to put the 2002 amendments in maybe a larger context, because the city's efforts to limit the impact of John Wayne Airport began really in the mid-'70s. The original settlement agreement was approved in 1985. It was the result of a declaratory relief action the county filed against the city and a number of other parties seeking court approval of the master plan adopted by the Board of Supervisors. That 1985 settlement agreement was a historic document. It was at the time, and still is, the most restrictive set of noise regulations for any commercial airport in the United States. Just because I know a lot of folks weren't around in 1985 when that agreement was signed, let me tell you a little bit about what it provided. It established 3 classes of aircraft based on noise. It established limits on the number of average daily departures by the 2 noisiest categories of aircraft. It established a passenger service level of 8.4 million annual passengers, or MAP, hence the name MAPCAP, beginning in 1990. It also established limits on the size of the terminal and the number of parking spaces. And after the 1985 settlement agreement, and shortly after the new terminal was constructed, Congress passed the Airport Noise and Capacity Act. And I could go into detail, but it would bore everyone. What's important to know is that the Airport Noise and Capacity Act, if it were in effect in 1985, would have prevented the county from approving the John Wayne Airport settlement agreement. Between 1990, when the new terminal was built, and 2002, when the City Council approved the most recent amendments, there were 7 changes to the settlement agreement, including one that increased the terminal area by more than 100,000 feet. That was in response to the new security requirements after 9/11. So there is a long history of evaluation and reevaluation of the settlement agreement. In August of 2000, the City Council asked the Board of Supervisors to initiate a process that the Council hoped would lead to an extension of the term of the settlement agreement, which would have expired in 2005. The City, with the help of SPAN and the Airport Working Group, who are also signatories to the settlement agreement, organized, I think, a very extensive and ultimately a very successful public information campaign. A number of letters were sent to Newport Beach residents. A number of letters were sent out by what we affectionately referred to as the corridor cities: Tustin, Costa Mesa, Orange, Santa Ana, Anaheim, cities that are impacted by operations at JWA, although not to the extent that Newport Beach is impacted. In 2002, in December, the City Council approved amendments to the settlement agreement that extended the term from 2005 to 2015, and you also obtained an extension of the curfew actually until December 31st, 2020. So the Board of Supervisors does not have the authority to modify the curfew absent the city's consent, AWG's consent, and SPAN's consent until after 2020 is over. The settlement agreement amendments approved by the Council in December of 2002, and in consideration of that extension of the term and the 15-year extension on the curfew, did authorize an increase in average daily departures of noise-regulated flights from 73 to 55, or to 85, did authorize an increase in passenger service level from 8.4 MAP to 10.3 MAP until January 1, 2011, when it goes up to 10.8 MAP. The amendments also eliminated previous restrictions and limitations on the size of the terminal and on the number of parking spaces. The Council's action in December of 2002 was conditional, and it was conditional upon receipt of a letter from the Federal Aviation Administration, which is the federal agency that administers the Airport Noise and Capacity Act, a letter from the FAA to the effect that the settlement agreement amendments were consistent with federal law and federal regulations. We considered that to be a vitally important component of the Council's approval. And the FAA had until the end of the year to provide that letter, and on December 31st, 2002, gave us a letter that was very, very supportive of the amendments that were approved by the City Council, Board of Supervisors, SPON, and AWG. And that letter, excuse me, I think that letter is an extremely valuable document for the City of Newport Beach, second probably only to the settlement agreement itself. The 2002 amendments, and I have three drawings that are from a county handout that provide much greater information about the increases in the terminal, the location of the gates, the additional parking facilities. But those amendments did authorize a 30% increase in the passenger service level. But if you put it into context, that's a 30% increase between 1990 and 2015. So over 25 years, there's been a 30%, or would be a 30% increase in passenger service levels at JWA. And that assumes that we reach the 10.8 cap, which the county has never achieved in the past. The amendments did authorize a 20% increase in flights. But then again, that is a 20% increase over a 25-year period, and I would challenge anyone to find another airport in the United States, especially one in an area with the demographics that you have in Orange County, which are very favorable to heavy air transportation demand, to find a facility that has not increased both in terms of passengers and air carrier operations by more than 20% and 30% during a 25-year period. In short, the increases in the terminal that the county is proposing are necessary, in the opinion of the airport director, and we see good reason for that, to support the increased passenger service levels. To some considerable extent, the increase in terminal area is really a makeup for the restrictions that the city placed on the terminal through the original settlement agreement. The concession area is much smaller than would have normally been the case. The airport offices and support areas were much smaller than would be the case in a terminal then and certainly now. So a substantial amount of the additional 350-odd thousand square feet is really a makeup for restrictions that had been in place as a result of the 1985 agreement. I think, on balance, the Council's action in 2002 approving the amendments which authorized these increases was clearly in the best interests of the residents of the City of Newport Beach. And again, I think the settlement agreement and the actions the Council has taken over the last 20 years have provided the greatest level of protection for residents near a commercial airport of any community in the nation. So I'd be happy to answer any questions about what has been a very long and involved process. And to some extent, I think the concerns that have been expressed recently are the result of the fact that the county has taken a long time to plan the improvements of the terminal, so that you have almost 3 years lapsing between the point in time the council made the decision to approve the amendments and the point in time when these authorized increases became public.
Mr. Burnham, maybe you can tell us how many more, just in broad terms, like how many more gates? What do we have now? What are we going to have? 6
additional passenger loading bridges. There are also going to be facilities for regional jets now housed at the north end of the terminal. There are going to be more enhanced areas for passenger loading and unloading of regional jets, which the city would like to encourage at JWA because they are much quieter than the air carrier aircraft.
How many gates? Full-size gates do we have now?
We have 14 full-size loading bridges now, and the county is proposing to increase that to 20, which is the maximum number authorized by the amendments.
And parking, additional parking?
The current limit is 8,800 spaces, and the county proposes a 25% increase, an additional 2,400 spaces. They're building about 3,800 new spaces, but they are getting rid of about 1,300 existing spaces.
Any change in the runway length configuration?
No, there's no change to the runway length. There are some minor changes to taxiways. Aprons are being strengthened to accommodate air carrier aircraft in different areas. But the most important factor in terms of the number of peak hour departures, those departures in the morning that I think are most disturbing to Newport Beach residents, is the number of commercial air carrier aircraft that can remain overnight, or the RONs. The county is able to get off the airport during that first hour all of the RON, or remain overnight aircraft. Before these amendments, the county, and currently the county has 30 RON aircraft. After the amendments, they're going to have 30 RON aircraft, so there will be no increase in the number of peak hour departures. The increases in flights and passengers are really going to be are going to occur during the midday, early evening period when there is additional runway capacity.
Any change to our foreign flights?
There are going to be customs facilities, and I believe the county is now operating one departure to Vancouver. I think it's fair to say that over time there may be flights to Mexico. There may be some additional departures to markets in Canada, but nothing beyond that.
Okay, and last question, any, where is the area where most of this work is going to be done? Where the old terminal was?
The new terminal is actually going to be constructed in the area where the southwest parking structure is now located. That parking structure will be relocated southerly to actually the area near where the old terminal was located.
Good. All right. I don't have any more questions, and I thank you for that fine report. Rest of the council?
Some questions?
Yes. Councilman Daigle?
Yes, on the scale of noise-controlled airports in our nation, where's John Wayne Airport, let's say a scale of a 1 to 10?
It's about 20. We have an incredibly unique agreement that we were, well, not fortunate because we worked hard with the county in 1990 to obtain grandfather status for the settlement agreement, and that was a Herculean effort. The air carrier industry and Congress were hell-bent to eliminate restrictions such as those that were in place at JWA, and we don't think it was a coincidence that ANCA was born about 30 days after the new terminal at JWA opened up. And through the efforts of Congressman Cox, who played a huge role, and others, and the county, who lobbied very hard for a grandfathered status of the settlement agreement, we have a document that cannot be replicated today at any airport. And in fact, since the Airport Noise and Capacity Act was approved by Congress, no airport has even attempted to prepare the report that needs to be submitted to the FAA in order for the FAA to consider a Stage 3 restriction. So, and the common wisdom is that if someone were silly enough to try to prepare a very expensive report, the FAA would immediately deny the request. So the settlement agreement is an extremely valuable and unique document that needs to be preserved and cared for over the long term.
What also seems to make this very complex is, being a local government, also have to deal with the state and the federal government, and maybe you could comment a little bit on our federal air transportation system, also the regional system, and what you're seeing in terms of any passenger demand issues.
Well, the region is, I think, clearly deficient in terms of supplying the air transportation demand. The LAX expansion plans, as you know, are somewhat in limbo. The SCAG regional transportation plan predicts very high passenger service levels at Ontario and at Palmdale Airport, projections which some people are skeptical of. So we are, I think, as a region, not dealing very effectively with the air transportation needs of Southern California. San Diego is now looking for an alternate site to Lindbergh and has to put a measure on the November 2006 ballot for the voters to select that site, and it could be an expansion of Lindbergh. Suffice to say that locally or regionally, there hasn't been a whole lot of new capacity added. And nationally, there have been some somewhat disturbing efforts around O'Hare, where the state, in concert with congressional representatives, have led folks to believe that the federal government might consider mandating airport expansions or the construction of new airports to serve demand in a region that is very deficient, where there are extensive air traffic delays based upon lack of runway capacity. So it's a complex area. You're dealing with a very large industry, the air carrier industry. You're dealing with Congress, with the FAA, which has a very simple mission, which is to provide for additional air transportation. And you have the whole notion of interstate commerce. A lot of businesses rely very heavily on air transportation to make a profit. So there are always going to be pressures on the city of Newport Beach to accommodate additional air transportation demand, and the city has, I think, done a very good job in the past of making the right decision at the right time as to when those capacity enhancements serve our interests. And we need to continue to do that in the future. One additional fact is that we do not own the airport. Long Beach owns Long Beach Airport. L.A. owns LAX. Burbank, Glendale, and Pasadena jointly own that airport. As a proprietor, you have much more control over what goes on in an airport, both especially in terms of the physical improvements, not so much anymore after ANCA, any control over the number of operations. As a city that does not own or operate the airport, we are unique in having the kind of controls over JWA that we have, and we're unique because of the settlement agreement.
Any other input from council? Mr. Brennan, I want to thank you for that great report. The nail on the head. Open this up to the public, is that correct? Okay, public comment on this?
Mayor and council members and Bob. In my 3 minutes here, my name is Charles Griffin.
That's great. Thank you.
Pardon me. Thank you. I want to point out that perhaps that the customs facility is beyond the scope of the settlement agreement. It is not mentioned in the settlement agreement. It's not mentioned in 853. International flights are not mentioned in 852, pardon me. But I think that a reasonable judge, a prudent judge, would agree that that facility for customs international operations, which would allow foreign nations to operate aircraft into this country, foreign airlines, through discrimination. Perhaps they could claim discrimination if they weren't allowed, through the State Department, and thus perhaps override our settlement agreement with the federal government as far as the grandfathering of our limits. And so I think that is probably the most important thing I want to make in that we need to study that and perhaps challenge it for the need for a new environmental impact report, because if that I feel it's beyond the scope, and therefore you have a justification for a new environmental impact report.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes,
One comment. We did look at that issue, and in fact, there were some discussions between the city and county regarding the customs facility. We had that analyzed, and we believe that if the settlement agreement were to prohibit the establishment of a customs facility or international operations, we would have violated international compacts, and it could have invalidated the settlement agreement.
Okay, so in a nutshell, that was analyzed prior to the 2002 settlement agreement being finalized?
Yes, it was.
Good, thanks. Public comment still open. Anybody else on this topic?
Good evening. I'm Nancy Alston, and I live at 309 Vista Madera. And this is just a minor point, but most people in Newport Beach think that there are 85 departures from John Wayne, because that's been emphasized as long as I've lived here. Before it was 74. But it's been emphasized in the paper so much that we've gotten, if you don't live under the flight path, you buy into this idea that there are only 85 departures. Actually, there are closer to 150 that make a lot of noise, because only 85 are considered the noisiest. That means over 86 decibels. Well, I'm here to tell you that 85 decibels is pretty loud. 65 is considered okay by the Hard of Hearing Association of the United States, and anything over that is considered detrimental to your health. So when we talk about how many flights there are almost 300 commercial air flights, half of those coming in, half of those going out. And so I just want to make sure we've got the record straight, because I hear those planes. Now, there was a time when the planes would cut back when they came over Back Bay, but some of them don't do that anymore, and I have evidence to that effect, both from inside the plane and outside the plane. Southwest is not doing that. They come out of like a cowboy out of the chute, and they gun it for all it's worth out of the gate. And so that's just one thing I want to bring to your attention, because I think the monitoring of this airport will have to be intense. And I know Alan Murphy does a great job. That's why so many people want to fly out of there. He's such a great manager. But I do think that the city should maintain oversight of that facility and what's happening there. 150 flights a day. Private jets, which fly in and out all the time. Not too many now, but that could increase. In fact, after 9/11, they did increase, because people who could afford private jets made arrangements to take those. They fly out at 6:45 in the morning before the curfew, and they fly out at 11:30 after the curfew. So let's not be mistaken about some of these flights, because a flight that's at 85 decibels is pretty loud. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Mr. Burnham?
I agree with Mrs. Alston. The monitoring of the settlement agreement always needs to be intense, and it always has been. But I think the complexity of the issues related to operations at JWA are really highlighted by a couple of comments that she made. She referenced the fact that at one time aircraft consistently followed noise abatement departure procedures, power cutbacks, some at very low levels, and that carriers are not doing as much of that now as they did before. The reason for that was that in 1991, a year after ANCA, the FAA started a process designed to evaluate the safety of these low-level power cutbacks. And the obvious target of that effort was John Wayne Airport. It's really the only airport where that practice was ongoing, and it was a practice by the air carriers designed to beat the box or generate lower noise levels at monitoring stations, because we did have 3 categories of aircraft by noise at that time, and 2 were regulated and 1 was not. The county spent approximately $2.5 million and essentially took over from the FAA the study of the safety of the noise abatement departure procedures at JWA. I think in doing so, they preserved the settlement agreement. They also ended up really forcing the FAA to adopt a rule, Advisory Circular 9153A, that required air carriers to establish 1 close-in noise abatement departure procedure and 1 distant noise abatement departure procedure for each class of aircraft within their fleet. So you do see at JWA now noise abatement departure procedures. Typically those procedures have been adopted by the air carriers because of the tests and the study conducted by the county. So there was a fairly complex process ongoing for about 18 months to preserve the kind of controls that we have in place at JWA now. She's correct when she says that there are more than 85 commercial air carrier departures. There are 85 noise regulated departures. In the city, has evaluated over a lengthy period of time and given a lot of thought to its ability to try to regulate those other aircraft. And to some extent, the passenger service level, or the MAP cap, is the regulation that affects the number of so-called Class E aircraft, which are the more quiet aircraft. And I would be happy to speak with Mrs. Alston, but if you attempt to regulate the extremely quiet aircraft, or the quieter aircraft, because they're not extremely quiet, she's right, but they're quieter than the noisier aircraft, and an attempt to regulate those brings into question the curfew itself, and it can have some very, very negative consequences. So it is something that we have thought about, something that has been considered, and I think we've come up with the only effective and legal mechanism for regulating commercial air carrier aircraft that are relatively quiet in comparison to their peers. Finally, the county did, as a part of the 1985 settlement agreement, adopt a general aviation noise ordinance. That applies to private jets. Some of them don't comply with the general aviation noise ordinance, and the county has evicted some aircraft, including one owned by a prominent resident in Laguna Beach. But there are abuses and there are violations of the general aviation noise ordinance, but the ordinance itself has the same noise regulations as are applicable to air carrier aircraft. So the county has tried and is trying on an ongoing basis to minimize the impact of the private jets operating out of JWA, but it is a difficult process.
Mr. Burnham, even the private jets that take off before 7 in the morning, are they allowed to have the same noise level as if they were to take off at 7:30 in the morning?
No.
In other words, if you take off before the curfew, they are restricted in the amount of noise that they can make related to the flyover of Newport?
Yes, but they are our violations. And the airport really has a much more difficult time enforcing the general aviation noise ordinance than it does enforcing the air carrier ordinance, because it's very hard to sneak a 757 off the airport at 6:30 in the morning or at 10:30 in the evening. And they have very extensive noise monitors, as you know, that record at, I think, 7 departure monitoring stations, maybe 8, the noise levels of each air carrier aircraft. They do pick up general aviation jets, but those aircraft do sometimes slip through the cracks.
Well, it's my understanding that if a general aviation aircraft takes off before 7 in the morning and makes more noise than he's allowed to be, he gets a warning.
Yes.
If he does it again, there's some sort of fine, I believe?
There is a fine, there is a third fine, and then the fourth violation results in
So
prohibition
it's really
against
3 strikes,
further
you're out.
operation. 3 strikes and you're out.
And they aren't allowed to come back, or they are not, they have to apply to come back, and it has to be at least 3 years.
I believe that's correct,
If I
yes.
remember correctly.
And the airport has, in fact, sanctioned air carriers for violations of the noise ordinance as well. And we're talking about cumulative violations because the noise is evaluated on a quarterly basis. If an air carrier exceeds the noise levels for a particular category of aircraft over a 90-day period, the airport has the authority to and has in the past imposed very significant financial sanctions. And we have talked to Mr. Murphy, and he has agreed to make a presentation on the 27th if the council wants him to do so. A presentation that would explain a little bit more about, in fact, a lot more than I've explained about what is being proposed in terms of improvements and how those improvements are likely to be sequenced. He did make a presentation to the Aviation Committee on Monday, and it may be something the City Council wants to take a look at. He did conclude, I think, that all of the improvements would not be complete until, Don, you'll remember, 2010.
Well, I think it might be valuable to have him come in, because then you can put a face to the county side of the equation here. Not that he's the only one, but he is the manager of the airport, as I understand it.
Yes, he is.
Good. And then have him come in. Any other comments from, yes, Mr. Nichols?
Just one for Bob. I didn't understand what you were speaking of. Let's say a carrier has noisy aircraft. Now, these have to be, they have to meet the individual noise level, each one to be, I'm not sure just what you were saying about the gross number.
Let me try to explain. The air carriers have to qualify aircraft within category. That is, they have to
Right.
demonstrate that a particular aircraft at a particular gross takeoff weight will generate noise within the thresholds at each monitoring station for that category of aircraft. But the county does not evaluate compliance with the settlement agreement on a daily basis. They evaluate it on a quarterly basis. So they will accumulate over a 90-day period all of the departures by that category of aircraft, average the noise for all of those departures, and in the past, when that noise level has exceeded the threshold for that category, they have imposed a significant financial sanction on the carrier, even a very small increase above the threshold cumulative increase.
But that's by the class of aircraft that they're flying and so forth.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Burnham. Public hearing's closed. This matter is concluded. And city manager will have a county report. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. If you want to speak, public comment is still open. Excuse me. I didn't see anybody else. My mistake.
Thank you.
No, come on up.
Mayor,
That was my
council.
mistake.
Joan Anderson. I live in the Bluffs, and so I've been close and personal to all this noise, and I do have to say that those flights at 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. are definitely very noisy. And my question for the council is by authorizing this additional increase in our facilities, what would the ultimate potential be for our airport with that increase in excess of 10.8? And basically, I'd like to, hear from you on that topic and see where it goes, because it seems to me that if we build that another 6 gates, it's going to accommodate a lot more than just the 10.8. We're going to be going a lot higher than that. So I'd like to know about that. Thank you.
Mr. Burnham?
Well, I think if Mr. Murphy were here, he would say that the facility with maximum runway usage over the operational day could accommodate up to 11.9 passengers, so about 1 million more than the cap in the settlement agreement.
What does that mean? But we have a cap, so what does that mean?
She was asking about the theoretical capacity of the terminal, and I think it's probably a little misleading to link the size of a terminal to the capacity of an airport. Long Beach has a terminal that's about 35,000 square feet, and they have about 4 million annual passengers, 3.5. JWA, before the new terminal was built, served about 4.4 million annual passengers with a 40,000 square foot terminal. So terminal size and the number of gates is really not a good indicator of the capacity of an airport. But they are relevant. And these days, with the new baggage screening and passenger screening requirements, a terminal becomes, I guess, more important and also more of an impediment in terms of the number of air passengers that the facility can accommodate. Just in terms of the amount of time that passengers spend in queues waiting for screening, the amount of space that is devoted to the baggage handling and baggage screening, all of the new security measures, I think, mean that the old concept that the bigger the terminal, the more capacity you have at the airport is probably not a good linkage. I think the real constraint at JWA, especially for peak hour operations, is the fact that there's a single air carrier runway. And you have to get some planes into the airport after you have planes leave, and that really limits the capacity of JWA. That's the primary limit on the capacity of the airport.
But the 10.8 map cap applies through the end of 2015 under this existing agreement?
Correct.
So notwithstanding, nothing's going to happen beyond that under the present terms of the binding agreement.
That's correct.
Great. Thank you.
And the curfew goes out to 2020.
Good. Public comment is still open?
Mayor, council members, Mr. Burnham, my name is Jean Price, and I live at 116 Via Undine. I have particular concerns also about the growth in the physical footprint of the airport. Whoever it said, build it and they will come. I think that's probably been true as we see throughout the United States, as we see the growth of populations nationally. Also, I have a question about the increase from 14 to 20 gates. That does seem out of proportion to me also with the number of people that would be accommodated. And I understand that there was something in the agreement about 20 or what are called hard stand gates and an additional 2 gates on the tarmac.
There are provisions in the agreement, Mayor, for hard-standing aircraft, which is loading and unloading passengers from the apron during the construction phase, but not on a permanent basis.
So
it
those
would be
are only there temporarily?
Yes, correct.
I see. I was curious also, in a letter that we received from the mayor, I'm not sure if everyone in Newport Beach received it, because I also own rental property, and I don't know which property this came to me as a result of. But there was discussion about the negotiation with the county over the landfill at the Coyote Canyon dump. And in the 3rd paragraph, there was reference to using those negotiations in consideration of any future pressure to expand John Wayne. To me, that was rather alarming, because the letter came in June, I believe it is, and to quote someone that was on the council at one time, the ink seems barely dry on our current agreement, and as anyone who has been following the statistics know, we will be pushing the 2011 numbers probably by next year. So we're going to have 5 years or 6 years to go at a cap that that won't allow for any more expansion until 2011. I wondered if that statement had some foresight or something that we didn't know about.
I don't know if you want me to take this, Mayor, if you want Mr.
No, listen.
Pluto to take it.
Well, I think you know more about the airport. I'll give it to you, Mr.
All
Burnham.
right. All right.
No offense.
The reference in that letter to what we've affectionately referred to as sphere opportunities represents an effort by the city of Newport Beach to work out an agreement with the county that would give the city impose a consent requirement before the county could acquire property for the purpose of developing a second air carrier runway. It has nothing to do with this particular settlement agreement. In fact, it is an issue distinct from the settlement agreement. So we're talking about the city having a veto over any county acquisition of land to add a second air carrier runway. That's one element that we're discussing with the county. And the second is city consent over any changes in land use or related decisions that would affect the curfew. So we're looking for additional layers of protection to ensure that the curfew remains in place long-term.
And Mr. Mayor, if I
And
may.
that while the settlement agreement does relate to the curfew, we're talking about another vehicle for preserving that restriction.
Are we saying that we're negotiating the dump versus the airport?
No,
You could say that, but that's not true.
Mr. Burnham,
It just didn't seem quite even.
No, you've asked, well,
And Mr. Mayor, one more
it
comment.
depends on who you talk to.
Mr. Burnham?
Yes.
Since that letter went out over my signature, I think it says the geographical boundaries of John Wayne would not change. That's what our discussion is. It doesn't mean anything about them adding space within their, 494-acre site, or however big that site is.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Public comment is still open?
1 Seadrift Drive, just so another geographical area is represented. I live in Irvine Terrace. I've lived there for 47 years before Air California. So you can imagine how much an increase in impact there has been in that geographical area. I find it difficult to understand how international use or the denial of international use would invalidate the agreement that we have reached previously. I don't see the ipso facto of that. And I think that having international use will only expand the airport tremendously and provide other opportunities. Could you explain that to me, please?
Mr. Burnham?
Mayor, we had legal counsel evaluate, assuming the county would agree, and I'm not sure they would have, evaluate including provisions in the settlement agreement, which were not in the original agreement, so they would be new noise and access restrictions on Stage 3 aircraft, assuming the international operations were Stage 3. And legal counsel concluded that that provision would jeopardize the integrity of the settlement agreement and that there were international compacts that would have potentially invalidated at least that provision of the settlement agreement. And while you could have a severance clause in the agreement, I think it's fair to say that you attempt not to put into a very important agreement provisions which you have reason to believe could invalidate a portion of it or all of it.
One more thing, Mr. Mayor. I mean, those international passengers are part of the 10.3 and 10.8 caps. So, I mean, they are subject to the limitations, whether they fly domestic or international.
Well, and I think it's fair to say that since I've been on the council, and obviously before my short term, that the airport is recognized as the largest environmental impact on our residents. I mean that's plainly said. It's handled very delicately. We know we're on the edge nationally for the agreement that we do have, and we're glad to have it. And we treat it very carefully, and we spend a lot of money in consultants and outside input to make sure that we keep what we have and then try to gently get a little more if we can, because we know that's the biggest environmental impact on our residents, all said and done. I mean, we know it. And we also know we're bucking the trend because the demand for it is increasing to use the airport. And I don't think if you're from La Habra, you really care when you fly over the Back Bay. So, Mr. Nichols?
And just a last thing, and that is, I think we should be aware of the kind of footprint difference there is on homes that have to have sound protection in Newport area versus, let's say, El Toro. El Toro had vast areas of land that had to be protected from sound. Our protection goes basically toward the Back Bay down as far as the YMCA. And homes under that small area are the only ones that have to have special noise protection, as I understand it. So basically, we're much more exposed to this, and it also is a reason that we should have a little bit higher hackles up, I believe, if this expansion is going to take place over this, because basically it's a tremendous amount of expense to put this in, and it is detrimental to the health of our citizens. Whereas we have this wonderful airport out there, El Toro, with all this sound protection that's been put in over many, many years, still there, and basically we're not have any way to use that. We have given up a tremendous asset. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. Any other comment? Any other public comment? I'm going to close the public comment portion. I'm going to thank you second time, Mr. Burnham, and I'm going to be more delicate with public comment on the second item, I hope. Thank you. City Clerk?
We're to continued business. Item number 2, review of general plan update, land use recommendations, and selection of preferred land use plan project description for environmental impact report.
Well, this is a continuation of the discussion from your last special meeting on August 16th, where the council made it through most of the western part of the city, so we'll be continuing this evening, beginning with Newport Center, Fashion Island, and then at the end, we'll pick up Banning Ranch, which you continued last time.
And Ms. Wood, what is your objective from us tonight, the City Council?
Our objective is for the City Council to select what will be the project description, the land use plan that we will analyze in the environmental impact report for the general plan update.
In the same general format we used before at our meeting 2 weeks ago? Okay, and you're going to, in your report, you will reflect on what the Planning Commission did just before us on the same topic?
Yes, we will.
And then we're supposed to take all of that and then give you a response and let you narrow the focus of so you can do the next stage.
Correct. So
Great.
we can do the
Any
environmental
other
impact report.
questions from? Okay.
Okay, and so with that, I'll ask Mr. Tesher to start with Fashion Island Newport Center.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, again, we'll follow the same format. Let me review briefly initially the GPAC recommendations, then I'll indicate how the Planning Commission took action a little bit earlier this afternoon, and then throw that back to you as well. For the Fashion Island Newport Center area, the recommendations basically were to allow an additional increment of use in the Fashion Island Center to accommodate the development of potentially another anchor tenant and supporting retail uses within that area. In the Newport Center area, the recommendation was to provide capacities for hotel, entertainment, housing, and recreational uses, and office use. However, I should indicate that the office uses would not provide for a development of a new building, but would provide for renovation or limited expansion of existing structures themselves. To that end, in the kinds of charts that we had seen previously, the recommendations of the GPAC would allow about 125,000 square feet of additional retail above that provided by the existing general plan, would accommodate effectively little or no additional office square footage. The actual office square footage is about 40,000 square feet in size. The GPAC recommendation was to add up to additional 600 housing units in the area above. Again, the existing general plan would not allow any. The staff recommendation was about 400 and some odd, and 600 by the GPAC recommendation. And then lastly, the GPAC recommended some additional capacity, an increase by about 65 rooms for lodging over the current use, which would bring it up to about a 250-room hotel. And the Planning Commission, in reviewing these, indeed endorsed the GPAC recommendation, and that was their recommendation to the Council.
Let me ask you, I'll start here. On the residential side, what was their justification to add so many residential units there?
They felt that adding housing in the area would provide some additional opportunities for people to live near the jobs that were existing within the area, and they felt that increasing the capacity by that amount was indeed an objective of the GPAC, just to provide to reduce the distribution of the trips regionally.
And just because that's a pretty large addition, starting from zero, what about the impact that would have? I mean, are we taking trips from somewhere else and allocating them there, or does the existing general plan allow for that sort of an increase?
On a citywide basis, if you remember, we had a net reduction in trips.
So that's in essence what we're doing.
That's incorporated, or those numbers are reflected in that.
Okay, that's the end of my comment. The rest of the council, Mr. Selich?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I've got questions on actually all four of the categories. And the first one I'll start with is the hotel or the overnight lodging. It's kind of a two-part question. First, it seems that the resident survey indicated that there wasn't a great desire to have additional lodging rooms in Newport Center. So I was kind of wondering what the reason was for GPAC's recommendation on that. And then if I'm doing my math correctly, on handwritten page 43, it says that increasing the hotel entitlement by 65 rooms gives us a net increase of 250 rooms above the existing use. It was my understanding there was only 111 rooms remaining in Newport Center, so that would make it 176 rooms. So maybe I misunderstood the math on that.
Patty Temple, you going to respond to that? I think you're on.
Is it on? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
That would be an increase above existing rooms that are on the ground or will be on the ground. In addition to the 111 that we spoke of previously, we have discovered since that the Four Seasons Hotel is built far under their entitlement. Additionally, the Marriott Hotel renovation is also eliminating a fairly good or sizable number of rooms, and the sum total of all of those unbuilt hotels totals 250.
Is it 250 less the 65?
No, that includes the 65.
Okay, that's okay. Okay, do we know how many were in the Four Seasons and how many are in the Marriott?
No, you better turn it on. Just the opposite.
Okay, sorry about that. I'll just leave it on from here on out. If I remember correctly, the Four Seasons Hotel's original entitlement before the 100 rooms was 325, and they built 319, I believe. The Marriott, I don't have the precise numbers on their reduction, but it's a high number, nearly 100. So it's in the 60 to 80 range room reduction that they're doing, because they're tearing down several buildings as part of their renovation project.
Okay. On the office component, the 44,000 square feet, it was my understanding that 44,000 square feet was square footage that was transferred from Lower Bayview when the Senior Citizens Housing Project was done to Newport Center, and then that's square footage that's being used to do a building, or the last building, I guess, in Corporate Plaza West. Is that correct?
Woody, you may have to help me a little bit with this one. The square footage coming from Bayview Landing was 30,000 square feet transferred into Fashion Island. The Corporate Plaza additional building currently being processed is a transfer of that square footage plus another increment of square footage out of Fashion Island for that purpose. I believe this 40,000 square feet is intended to provide a small pool of flexible office area that could be used not for another building, but to allow for modest expansions and improvements to standing buildings within all of Newport Center.
Is that correct?
The numbers that I have are from the existing general plan traffic build-out, and it indicates that there's a capacity for about 43,590 square feet of additional office, and that's based upon your current general plan.
Okay, I just wanted clarification, though, that that's above and beyond what this new building in Corporate Plaza West is going to be.
I don't.
I think that was the intention, but that's not the way it's expressed here on the development capacity. But I believe that was the intent, to allow just for modest expansions to existing buildings.
Yes, that does say that on the prior page. Yeah, on the office.
Yes, and just
existing buildings.
Just to further explain that, the square footage that's being transferred into Corporate Plaza is all existing square footage that's within the entitlement today. It's just retail instead of office.
Okay, then looking at the retail, if I understand things correctly, there's 300,000 square feet of existing retail that can be added under the existing general plan to Fashion Island, and GPAC recommended an existing 125,000 square feet. And could you explain what the reasoning was behind that, for the additional 125,000?
The intent, as my understanding in the GPAC's discussion, was to specifically allow the capacity for an additional major anchor department store and the shops that would support that. And it was my understanding that that was the scale that was required to accommodate those uses.
Okay. And then my last question is on the housing, kind of two parts here. One is, where do you anticipate the additional housing to be? And then the other one is that with all of the remodeling and reconstruction at the Marriott, I keep hearing that from various sources that there might be some housing being proposed to where the tennis court area is. And is this 600 units intended to incorporate that, or are they using part of their hotel room entitlement, or how is that going to work?
That is a separate GPA being processed currently, so it is not coming out of hotel rooms, and it's not coming out of the 600-unit addition.
Okay, do we know how many rooms or units, I guess I should say, they're proposing there?
I believe it's 86.
86, okay.
And Councilmember Solich, the locations that were considered were really what we call the northwest or the northern quadrant of the site would be the locations for the hotel rooms.
So it would be the 600 block and west?
For the housing, I'm sorry.
So it would be the 600 block and west of that?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other council comment? How are we handling public comment? One by one?
Yes.
One by one? Okay. Ms. Selich, do you, just so we can tee this up, this is in your district, right? You have a recommendation here?
Yeah, I would recommend that we support the Planning Commission's recommendation for the purpose of the environmental analysis.
Okay. Is that, no, how do we do this? Is that a motion? We have to...
I'll make that a motion.
I'll second it.
Okay. All right. We have a motion. I'm going to, any other council comment? Mr. Nichols? Yes.
Yeah, it's my understanding that there's a transfer. Irvine is offering to cut down its buildable in other areas to support this. Do you have a comment on that? I'd like to.
Yes, that's the last of the other land use revisions that we were going to cover at the end of the evening, but the Irvine Company has agreed to reduce their existing general plan entitlement in some residential areas and in some commercial areas, which would result in a reduction in trip generation on a citywide basis and offset some of these changes that we're talking about for Newport Center.
Does that offset them equally well in other areas, for instance, square footage, or if we use some other measurement? In other words, is the trip generation daily trips, or is the trip generation peak hour trips, or is the... I'm just trying to see whether we're really looking at...
We're looking at average daily trips as well as AM and peak hour trips.
So this is offsetting
Yes.
quite well. Now, I believe their offset was like a 2-to-1. I mean, they're one of the few people that can do this kind of thing.
We'll look at those numbers. Let me just indicate, and we'll get to this a little bit later in the agenda. We're saving about 20,000 trips, daily trips, through the analysis on these other land use changes that will be coming. It'll be 20,000, not netting. It's an actual net reduction of 20,000 from the existing general plan.
But I'm speaking particularly of the Irvine Company and their what they plan to do here. As I understood, they had about 11,000 peak reduction, or be by what they're willing to trade in, and for about a 4,400 or 4,000 plus. Is that?
It's the vast majority of that 20,000.
Okay, so what you're saying is almost all the 20,000 we're saving is what they're willing to trade for
a significant percentage.
I'd like to just note that.
Yes, Mr. Selich?
Yeah, just one additional comment that at the end of the last council meeting, Councilman Ridgway brought up the idea of a convention center, convention space in Fashion Island. I just want to point out that that was discussed earlier at the Planning Commission discussion on it, and the Planning Commission did not feel that was appropriate.
So that's not included in these numbers?
That's not included.
So it wouldn't fit?
They just didn't feel that it was appropriate for Fashion Island. The studies have been done in the past showing what it would take to support a convention facility, and the Planning Commission just did not feel that it was appropriate in this location.
Good, thanks. Any other council comment? Okay, public comments open.
Mr. Mayor, Alan Beek, Mariners area. This discussion of housing in Newport Center is a place where the city has a real opportunity. We have a need and a mandate to supply affordable housing in Newport Beach. In the vicinity of the beach, the only kind of housing that can be affordable is either housing that's unsanitary or housing that's subsidized. That housing has to be subsidized to be affordable around here. Now you say, if we're going to subsidize it, that's making a gift to somebody. And who are we going to make that gift to? It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to make a gift to people just because they're old, or just because they've lived in Newport Beach for a long time, or just because they're poor. What it makes sense to do is to subsidize people who have to work in Newport Beach. And there are a lot of people employed in Newport Center, the people that make the beds in those hotels, who can't afford to live in Newport Beach, who could use subsidized housing right there in Newport Center so they don't have to drive getting to work and clog up our streets and create traffic. If there's any place we want to subsidize employee housing, that's the place to do it. And here you're talking about adding a lot of extra housing units, and those should be affordable housing units available only to employees who work in that area. And the city could be creative here. It could work out a plan where the subsidy is paid partly by the employers, who would get credit for reducing their smog creation, be paid partly by the developer of the housing and developer of the commercial units in Newport Center. This is an opportunity that shouldn't be missed. That new housing should be affordable housing available to the employees. Thank you.
Any other public comment on this?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm Nick Hamilton of 215 62nd Street. I work in public finance, and my company and industry does mainly affordable housing projects, and I agree with the gentleman who just spoke. There are federal tax credits that are available to for-profit developers who provide affordable housing. Those developers can use tax-exempt bonds issued by the city or the county or a state agency. There was a state bond that was sold 2 or 3 years ago that I believe provided somewhere in the area of, it's a pretty wide area, but maybe $30 to $40 billion, I believe, for grants, and that's, I think, we call it the MHP program. I can't remember what that stands for exactly. I believe it's multifamily housing production, but there are numerous ways to fund affordable housing. I'd just be interested to hear if the city has considered that at all, because I think it's a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lucille Kuhn, member of the General Plan Review Committee. I have sat through several years of our fascinating and educational meetings, and I've been a strong proponent of affordable housing. I don't like to see a red herring thrown in at this date, which is what I think possibly the remarks that were made is an attempt to do. There's a difference between affordable and subsidized. Affordable requires a certain income level of, what is it, 53,000? Is that the mean Orange County income?
There are 3 different levels.
Yeah, there are. It does require a certain income level. We within our meetings to propose subsidized housing. And I think this distinction should be noted at this time.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I'm Wendy Kaiser, resident of Newport Beach in Villa Balboa, and I attended the workshop, and wonderful ideas were discussed there. And I appreciate Mr. Beek's comment about affordable housing. I would support affordable housing, but I don't think it should be to the exclusion of other possible developments of properties for people to live in. And I would encourage those housing units to go to people that work in the area to reduce trip in and out of the area, because right now, on the most part, we don't have a huge traffic problem at Newport Center and Fashion Island, but with all the proposed expansion, we could turn around in 10 years and have a lot of traffic problems. And that would be a concern I have. We do have a transportation center over there, located there, so people who come to work by bus or from out of the area can use buses. I've considered taking the bus out of that area to go to my workplace in Irvine. And if gas gets too much more expensive, I might I might do it. It just takes twice as long to get there, but it's a possibility. And so I would encourage looking at, like the gentleman said, about grants and different ways to develop, but 600 units is going to produce a lot of people coming in and out on those streets and a lot of traffic unless we have people that are working primarily in that area. So that would be my concern, is looking at those chip generations that we have. But I'm not opposed to having it be open. It doesn't have to be affordable housing. And I just felt, because all the comments were about affordable housing, and I'm an advocate for affordable housing, and certainly we could use some in the area, I don't think that that should be a limitation necessarily placed on it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm seeing no one else on this item. I'm going to close the public hearing. Okay. Bring it back to council.
Question?
Yes, Mr. Wazinski.
Maybe Woody or Sharon could answer this. If, with these 600 dwelling units, is there, for the purpose of the EIR, a distinction whether we would call them affordable or non-affordable from the impact analysis? No. So that determination can be made at some point down the road. We're not really making a determination as to whether they're apartments or condominiums or any of that stuff tonight.
No.
Thank you.
Councilman Daigle?
Yes, what I think has been a consistent theme throughout this process is taking the recommendations of the GPAC, and our chairpersons are here this evening, Nancy Gardner and Phil Lugar, and I think that's important to take the recommendations of the Citizens Committee. Ultimately, it's all of our citizens that will vote on this. And I appreciate Mr. Beek's point. I was recently at a Orange County Council of Government forum. They quoted a figure of 3.2 jobs per household. So it is correct, I believe, that this imbalance is really clogging our roadways. So I think that more housing here and also up at the airport business area where we have a nucleus of jobs, it might relieve some of that burden. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question, and that is as to the area behind the library. I notice on this plan, what is that designated as? That area just between along MacArthur, yes, that area.
Open space.
Does that preclude, if we don't come to agreement up here, that a city hall could be put there? Or does that take action right here and now on the general plan?
If we want the possibility of a city hall in that location to be studied in the EIR, then we would need that direction this evening.
All right, but what about, how does that fit? We obviously have an option right on the table. Pardon?
You would need to add that to the recommendation.
Right here and now?
Yes. Well, if that was the council's desire, then for purposes of the EIR, we would study the more intense alternative, which would be the city hall as opposed to the open space.
Which was just about as opposite as you could have, right?
Yes.
You know, I mean, a government use versus that.
And, Mr. Mayor, the reason I'm whispering to Sharon here is because, I mean, the plan is to move forward with, and probably be under construction with that park site within the next 6 months, I would think.
I understand, but it's Newport Center. You know, the city hall here is not a done deal. And if it needs to be looked at, this would be the time to look at an alternative site. There's an alternative site next to an existing public facility, and I'm just posing the question, not to derail this process, but this is not a cinch deal that this council is going to approve what's before us in a pending City Hall rebuild right here. And I'm just saying, is it good planning to look at that potential site without playing any cards? Because if you don't, then you're precluded from doing so later. Is that right, Sharon?
Well, that's right. If we don't study it in the environmental impact report, then we would have difficulty adding it in at the end of the process without possibly having to recirculate the EIR. So if it's something that merits serious consideration, then it should be added to the project description for purposes of the EIR.
Okay, Mr. Selich, do you have any comment on that? It's your district?
Yeah, I think it would, I do not think it would be wise to add consideration of the City Hall into this process. If part of what we're doing on the City Hall situation, we decide that we want to come back up and look at Newport Center, then we should look at it through an amendment. But it seems to me this has gone too far, and there's just been too much work, too many people have put too many hours in coming up with these recommendations, and just at the last minute to throw in a study of a City Hall here, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I'm not saying it may not have merit in the future, but right now, I don't think it makes sense.
Okay, it's your district, your recommendation. It's fine. Mr. Nichols?
I favor taking a look at it, to be honest with you. I think our present location doesn't have as good a traffic access as this, and we might as well see what we're doing the traffic studies. I'm not sure that the traffic studies are based on real numbers, but I think that it should be compared equally. It would be worthwhile.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Daigle?
I think what probably caught my attention is your comments that it would preclude us from further options, and it seems to me that as part of the environmental analysis, we would want to have a lot of flexibility before we drive to any final solutions. So there may be some merit in considering that.
I have a question of staff.
Yes, Mr. Rosansky?
Maybe as it kind of goes back to the other question I asked about dwelling units, if we move forward with the recommendation of GPAC now and leave it as an open space, that doesn't preclude us from changing. I mean, this general plan is not going to go to a vote until sometime April, May, June, as far as the City Council is concerned. Is that our schedule now?
The issue would be whether or not it would be covered by environmental review.
Well, okay.
Your final recommendation.
So let's say later on we wanted to change it and examine that. Maybe our City Hall thing falls apart and we do need to look at other locations. What would be the process at that point in order to accommodate that?
We would have to update the traffic and probably air quality studies to reflect that additional development. And if that analysis were to show that there were significant environmental impacts that we hadn't identified previously, we would need to recirculate the EIR for another 45-day period for public review.
Thank you.
Well, let me ask a question. I was under the impression that that site could never be used for City Hall. Is there any reason it could not be?
I believe, well, it's designated open space, and I believe it was dedicated to the city pursuant to an agreement that would require Irvine Company approval of any use other than open space. So I think we would have to get their consent to alter the land use as you are proposing.
Right, but there's nothing that says it's precluded from being there, other than we have the senior landowner, the Irvine Company, who originally owned it, that they would have to consent to that sort of change.
Yes, they would have to, their representatives in the audience, they do have some special land use restrictions, and I don't know how those would play out. That is, whether there would be other properties or persons who would have to consent beyond the company. I don't think so, but that's for smarter people to figure out.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Webb?
I believe sometime in the past the council has taken a position that it would be open space. Of course, there's no reason why the council can't reverse that decision. there are some physical restraints related to height of buildings on the site. There's some site plans that have been promised to residents across MacArthur Boulevard, so that while not impossible to build a city hall site there, or city hall at that location, it might be a little bit more difficult if you had to excavate a lot of land in order to get down deep enough to build the building of a height you might need.
Okay. Mr. Burnham, let me ask you, since you're here, is there a price for that land, or does the city own it already, subject to these senior Irvine Company rights?
Well, they're not senior rights, but they are conditioned to the conveyance. I believe that we are the fee owner of the property, subject to those restrictions. And Sharon reminds me that CIOSA did contain provisions that authorized affordable housing on up to 4, I think, of the open space sites, including this one. And there was, as you may recall, a senior housing project being considered at one time. So I'm not sure if you would have to revise CIOSA to change the designation of this site.
Well, but in a nutshell, we own what we're sitting on top of. That is what we already own supposedly for free. And if you didn't need to use this, and you already own that, and you could sell this and not relocate, and now we're at the fork of the road looking at building on this site, and we didn't investigate potentially putting it there, because I was always under the impression from staff that City Hall could never go next to the library. Now I'm being told that it could go, subject to some, Irvine Company consent and a bunch of other things, versus saying it's totally off the table. Mr. Burnham, you want to comment on that?
Well, I don't think, I've never heard of a discussion that would involve placement of City Hall on what I call the Newport Village site. So,
okay, that's fine.
There is certainly nothing that prohibits you from making that an alternative in the environmental document, although typically alternatives are those which minimize impacts, whereas this one arguably would not, because besides the additional traffic that would be generated, there are potentially significant construction impacts, and biological impacts.
Oh, no,
So
again,
I think-
I'm not saying it's a cinch deal, but this is how it will be analyzed, because it would have a dramatic impact on what is now perceived by all in the city as an open space site.
But I guess also it's fair to say that you could, if you wanted to at some time in the future, process that as a standalone project. I don't think it needs to be included within this general plan update at this point in time. You could certainly initiate a general plan amendment if you chose to do so at a later date. And I think that would probably be appropriate, since you're really talking about looking at construction level impacts if you're considering a general a city hall on a specific site, whereas this environmental document is really not going to be looking at a construction level. It's a program EIR.
And that's an appropriate comment. I just wanted to make sure that we were not precluding forever, and we're not. And and you're also telling me it's not appropriate to, I'll use the term, squeeze this in, because it's a much broader type report, and this is a very site-specific type impact. Ms. Selich, you agree?
Well, I thought that's what I said before, but I guess I didn't say it as good as Mr. Burnham.
Well, no. The only reason I say that, because you've had 10 years of experience on the Planning Commission, you understand, you've reached the conclusion that took me, unfortunately, in public discussion to reach. Okay, so I agree with you. Any other comment?
I did have a question. Let's say you go down the road of a future date, general plan amendment, what kind of, with regards to green light measure, what would that then trigger? 80,000 square feet?
A vote.
Okay. That's what I thought.
Which this will be generating a vote on anyway, right?
Yeah.
So it could be the same vote instead of some other.
Yes. Okay, are we ready to vote? Any other comment? Okay, let's take a vote.
Well, I'd like to make a substitute motion.
Excuse me. Go ahead.
See if there's any support, and that would be to take the Planning Commission recommendation plus the study of an alternative at the Newport Village site of 80,000 square feet. You second it?
Yes, I'll second it.
80,000 square feet for what?
For
GEIF, government institutional.
You sure? I mean, because does that include the parking structure and the whole shebang? I mean, we may need a little more guidance about what you're asking for.
Well, I think at our last hearing, we were at 72,000 square feet.
But we have a parking structure, and is that part of what would be included within the impact?
No, we wouldn't count the parking
Okay,
square
that's good.
footage.
Public discussion's over on this topic. Do we have a second on that? No, so we'll vote on the substitute motion first.
With council members Selich, Rosansky, and Webb voting no, the motion fails.
Okay. Okay. We'll vote on the other motion, which was to go along with the Planning Commission's recommendation as explained to us tonight, right?
All ayes, motion carries.
Okay, our next area is the Corona Del Mar area of Newport Beach. The recognition of the area is
Sharon,
as
get
a...
us Mike.
Oh, I'm sorry. Corona Del Mar area, the recognition in the GPAC was indeed, in its policy recommendations, we're considering reinforcing it as a pedestrian-oriented village that serves the community, the greater community of Corona Del Mar. Its recommendations was to basically echo the pattern and the basic character of retail, office, cultural, civic uses within the area, indeed providing for those uses. The recommendation also, and indeed the intensity and scale of uses that were recommended was to maintain the level of development as provided in the existing general plan, not to change or deviate from that. The recommendation also considered the possibility of willing property owners and buyers to acquire adjoining, from the commercial property owners to acquire adjoining residential parcels immediately adjoining the commercial as an opportunity to provide expanded parking opportunities. And then thirdly, the recommendation was for the possibility for the development through either some kind of parking district or whatever, of the opportunity of creating shared parking structures in which the ground level would be restricted to retail uses to maintain the pedestrian character of the area. When you look at the, again, comparative charts, what you will see is the GPAC's recommendation is consistent with this bar being the existing general plan. It's basically flat line in terms of commercial use, additional office use. The residential shows a theoretical possibility in a decrease if the scenario plays out that any of those adjoining residential properties would be acquired for parking. So it's really a range of housing capacities depending upon the extent to which that policy would be used. Those are the recommendations. The Planning Commission indeed endorsed that recommendation. And there's one other item I should point out. This reminds me, they also wanted to clarify the text on page 47, your hand-lettered number 47, at the top under policy discussion. It currently reads, and this is consistent with your existing ordinances, to allow buildings destroyed by fire or other natural disasters to be reconstructed to their pre-existing density if they exceed the permitted 0.5 FAR. I should remind the council that a good number of buildings in that area today in terms of existing development are actually constructed at a higher than 0.5 FAR, some at 0.7, some at 1.0. This is incorrect in its wording from what the GPAC recommended, and the correct language should add in addition to destruction by fire or other natural disaster, they also wanted to allow an existing building that is replaced through an elective process to upgrade or renovate a building to be remodeled or improved to the original square footage, even if it's not a, quote, act of God cause for that, if it's a voluntary action that was going to be taken. The Planning Commission considered that and indeed endorsed that recommendation as well, because it's coming from the GPAC.
I have a question. I mean, you're talking about some sort of shared parking this is kind of a hot topic. It seems to hit my mailbox. Eminent domain, is this suggesting in any way the city's going to get in the business of helping this out, or is this a private enterprise only?
It could be. It does not prescribe the technique that would be applied here.
But this was not discussed in all these meetings, that the city would get in the business of doing this.
This did not infer that it has to be a redevelopment project in any sense of the imagination. There are many communities where the business owners themselves.
Oh, no. I mean, this comes at me once or twice a week about eminent domain, the city trying to take on this role, and that's clearly what was not part of any prior discussion.
That's not in here at all.
Good, thank you. Council question here? Mr. Nichols?
Well, I have a comment on that, and that is, I oppose that particular suggestion even, and I would suggest that maybe we might even want to phase out some of the grandfathering that we have down there. And I think if we're remodeling on houses, they have to be brought up to, or are suggested to be brought up to standard. One of the biggest problems we have is parking associated with buildings that have no parking. And we found that we even proposed a parking structure down in McFadden Square area to service all these people who didn't have parking because they got in so early that basically there was plenty of street parking when they did their commercial, and now there's no street parking because other commercialists come in, they have to provide the parking for themselves, and it's stolen by the guy next door. So unless these parking lots are big enough that you can have a parking attendant, the parking situation behind the building hasn't worked out very well in Corona Del Mar. And in fact, we're seeing those parking lots that are existent being built out as homes. So I would just suggest that going to higher densities in the commercial is not what is happening on the marketplace. I think that we have the suggestion that we look for more pedestrian down there. Right now, the parking that we provide along Coast Highway is so impacted as to be dangerous to use. One of the things that I was suggesting is that by redoing the lanes down there, we could get lanes that are 10 foot 8 inches wide in 3 of them, and we might be able to get some cars through there in our busy areas, and we might be able to get some traffic such that the parking lane would have a 2 foot 8 to open a door. We might be able to have bicyclists go down there without the kind of danger that we have. And the studies shown by the city are that bicyclists and pedestrians are relatively in the same order of magnitude. And there is no protection at all for bicyclists, and all kinds of laws that say there should be. So I think we may want to look at that. The other thing that I would suggest is that the traffic considerations for CDM show the 15% reduction in traffic capacity we have by narrowing the streets and providing curbs right up against it. And that be actually taken into account. And I would like to see the recommendation that now, since we've lowered traffic capacity, maybe we should lower intensity of building along there. Thank you.
Selich?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the Planning Commission session this afternoon, and unfortunately, I don't see any of the representatives from the business district here this evening that came to the commission meeting this afternoon, so I think I'll try and paraphrase what they told the Planning Commission on the subject of replacing the floor area to the existing ratio when you go in and do a remodel or an upgrade of the building. And basically, their thought on that is that there's a lot of buildings in Corona Del Mar that are not being upgraded because they cannot be rebuilt to the same amount of square footage that they have. For example, if you have a 3,000 square foot building now and you wanted to tear it down and build a new building, you would only be able to build 1,500 square feet. And so they felt that in order to have the buildings upgraded in Corona Del Mar, that allowing someone to go back and rebuild the existing square footage they have on the ground would allow and promote rebuilding and upgrading of buildings that would not occur otherwise, and it would not increase traffic over what's already existing there. And their feeling otherwise is that these buildings would continue to languish in their present conditions or with minor or substandard, if you will, upgrades to them. So they felt that it was really a worthwhile goal to have some incentive for property owners to come in and upgrade and remodel their buildings.
Would you say that's appropriate for residential, that basically the residential should be able to remodel and keep the same parking? No, we say that we have to go to 2 per. And so basically we have to have greater parking if we have a duplex and do a remodel in the future.
Well, that's a good point, Councilman Nichols. In fact, the Planning Commission discussed that, and it was brought up that doing it in this instance could lead us on a slippery slope. And it was something that was brought up in the Planning Commission discussed, but in the end they decided that this recommendation had merit on its face, and they ended up supporting the request of the business district.
Mr. Webb?
I have a question. When you talk about remodel, are you talking about just leaving the outer shell and starting over again, or could they tear the whole place down and start over again?
Tearing the whole place down and starting all over again.
Okay, so you can have an entirely new building at the same floor area ratio that exceeds 0.5 without providing any new parking or anything else?
That exists today.
That exists today?
Yes.
But anyone that's new that goes in there and wants to do the same thing, we're saying that if they don't have every single parking and they even turn over some along the curb that's not now being used, unless they have every single parking spot, they shouldn't be allowed. So, I mean, this isn't even in any sense of the word.
You're raising legitimate points. I didn't see these gentlemen here in the audience, so I'm bringing up their argument that they made before the Planning Commission tonight. And all of the things that you gentlemen have mentioned were discussed at the Planning Commission hearing on this. So, they're legitimate issues.
I think there was one more point that was made by the Planning Commission with regard to parking. There was a little bit of concern that if these buildings were renovated or demolished and replaced with something more contemporary, that the character of the use might change, or the use of the same floor area would be more efficient, and so it might generate more traffic and therefore the need for more parking than the existing building does. And I thought that the Commission's feeling on that was that each one, when there's a use change, we should reevaluate the parking and require parking as the code now does. Is that what you remember?
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's what they discussed.
Mr. Rosansky?
Well, this gets back to an issue we looked at a little while ago, and Councilman Nichols briefly mentioned it, was the gas station site where we gave them credit for parking on the street. And, one of my comments was that if we're going to allow that type of development to happen, where we're going to give a property owner more than what they really should be entitled to, that we really need to set up some type of a in-lieu parking fee program. So if someone wants to, has a 3,000 square foot lot and they want to put a 3,000 square foot building on it, which is twice what they would be entitled under a 0.5 FAR, that they, I can understand the need for redevelopment, but we also have a need for parking. So I think, and quite frankly, it is a slippery slope. We have many old areas of town that have old buildings, McFadden Square, down the peninsula, anywhere there's a older area in town, we have buildings that exceed FAR. And, those property owners, I'm sure, would like to have the same advantage as the property owners in Corona Del Mar. So, although I'm not totally against that, I think that we need to solve our overall parking problem. We're not going to do that by grandfathering in uses and further allowing them to improve to current day standards and efficiencies without somehow also addressing the parking problem. So, I don't know what we're voting on here as far as impacting what the ultimate general plan is going to look like, but I think that if it's going to get my support come April, May, or June when we vote on this thing, that there better be some kind of an in lieu parking fee attached to that type of a program, or else I really wouldn't be in favor of that, because the parking is the problem. Parking is a bigger problem than older buildings in Corona Del Mar. If anything, the older buildings in Corona Del Mar give Corona Del Mar its Corona Del Mar character. And I'd say that by tearing down a building and building a brand new one, you're going against the character of that end of town. So I definitely want to see some type of a parking provision.
And that is one of the policy considerations that we've outlined in here.
If we were to adopt this policy for Corona Del Mar, would we be offering it to Cannery Village and McFadden Square and Mariner's Mile and Old Newport, on and on and on?
It hasn't come up for those areas. It does exist today in the Balboa Village specific plan.
Okay, so that it would seem like that if I were a businessman in the area and happened to have overlooked that particular comment, I'd be knocking our doors down trying to get that, because that's a substantial change in what we have been doing, I believe, in almost every area in the city. When an old building was torn down, it had to be, it was rebuilt to meet current standards.
Well, let me ask you, what makes this area so unique that it would apply here then? I mean, isn't that in a nutshell what
They have a very strong bid. That's why.
Well, I understand that, but they got lousy parking.
And I think that at the GPAC, the same idea came up with regard to West Newport Highway, but there wasn't as much support for it there.
Mr. Mayor, is there any inconsistency between the GPAC recommendation and the Planning Commission recommendation?
No.
Okay. Mr. Rosansky.
Well, for the purposes of the study, I guess that's a higher, more dense use, allowing that type of development. So for the purpose of the VIR, if you want to let it go forward, but I'll just reserve my yes vote to say that, I don't totally buy into this whole plan. And certainly if I start hearing from other areas of town that, gee, we'd like to have that same thing, I think that we really have to revisit it.
Maybe it's useful to separate for this discussion the parking issue per se, other than to acknowledge that we need to address it in the policy later on. And the reason I say the fundamental question was the quantity of square footage, not so much the parking. Because we're starting with changes of land use that build upon what is there today. And what that is based upon is those parcels that are not built today to a .5 FAR, and there are some of those in the area. And so the increment of growth that is shown up there in the left-hand slide for commercial and office is a projection of what could occur, the yield of development, if those underdeveloped properties were developed to the max. The only wrinkle that this provides is that the existing structures that are there today that exceed that max could rebuild. And I'm not 100% sure, and we may want to have some additional conversation on that was contingent upon not providing additional parking, code-required parking. Not sure that was fully discussed. So if we deal with just the quantities of land use and the idea that the existing building square footage could be there on site with the possibility of having to provide the additional parking, that's still the property owners aren't here, so it's a little hard to discuss without them being here.
I just don't want this thing to take on a life of its own, and people think it's a vested right because tonight we voted to examine it, when I think it is a significant departure from where we have been headed recently in our decisions here as a city council. I think we're heading more towards conforming parking and parking on-site as opposed to finding off-site places. And if we are going to not be able to park on-site, then I think we need to have the property owners provide for parking off-site. It's a substantial windfall to these people to allow them to overbuild their properties. And so they need to, in my opinion, provide alternative parking. And there is a need for alternative parking down there. I think everybody would agree. I don't think anybody's going to disagree that there's not enough parking in Corona Del Mar.
Mr. Mayor, I think we're safe.
Mr. Selich?
Yeah, I think we're mixing two different concepts here. One is a policy which talks about what you can do with an existing building, and the charts up there that show the additional development capacity, and Woody, if I'm not correct, all those assume that we're going to provide all the parking.
That's correct.
One's a buildable capacity, and another's a policy on what you do with an existing building.
That's correct.
Mr. Nichols?
My only question is, our Class F intersection happens to be at Goldenrod. And Goldenrod has all the restaurants on every corner, and basically, most of those restaurants have almost no parking, and they're very greatly exceeded. And we bottlenecked all the streets, and consequently, that's one of the first Class F intersections in that area. Now, if we want to keep that up, I'm sure we can continue to bottleneck even worse some of our other areas. And we're already starting that by restricting Coast Highway's movement and putting in traffic calming efforts along the highway there. There is no alternate on traffic, so I don't know how we're planning to handle it, but I think we need to go back and revisit what we've done. There's a tremendous number of people that are a little bit concerned about the odor out there in the center, since we're using predominantly the manure. No, it's not manure. It's the
Society garlic.
Society garlic that we have planted almost everywhere. I would like to compliment, though, which is slightly off bag, but I want to make a very big compliment. We got rid of a lot of extraneous signs along there, and it really has improved everything markedly. We are getting, though, in Corona Del Mar, all the fire engines are starting to use Bayside on a very regular basis, and everybody knows it now. So we have bottlenecked Coast Highways. Thank you.
Okay. Selich, you're ready for the button?
Yeah, I'll move for that we accept the Planning Commission and GPAC recommendation.
Do you have a second? Okay, we have a second. Okay. Well, we're not going to vote on it. We're going to open up for public testimony, but that's the motion that's been made. We're going to open it up to the public.
Mayor, Council, my name is Carol Boyce, and I live at 2945 Catalpa Street in Newport Beach. I am a commercial property owner in Corona Del Mar, and also on the General Plan Advisory Committee. And I think and I did attend the Planning Commission meeting earlier today. What both GPAC voted for, which was 27-2, and the Planning Commission was involving the existing buildings. And at the present moment, many of these buildings are 50 years old. They don't meet ADA. They have outdated electrical. The owners of the buildings will not upgrade because of the 0.5 FAR. The only way they can upgrade is to burn the building down. So unless you want to see a lot of, or have an earthquake, a lot of arson, this is the only alternative. So these buildings will remain old and outdated until you change it to a grandfathering of the 1.0 for those that exist on the property with that FAR. So that is the rationale behind it, is just to upgrade, not to redevelop, but just to give the owners the opportunity to fix up their buildings. Otherwise, you're just stuck with what you have for the next 25 years, and that's basically what it is. So,
Thank you.
My name's Jennifer Irani, and I live in Newport Heights. And my concern about this issue is I've seen the mansionization of homes in Newport Heights. They're built up to the edge of the lots, no grass left. And so part of the charm of Corona Del Mar is the older buildings. And my concern would be that the city would allow them to redevelop new buildings or rebuild, not only to the size that they currently have, but also modernize the whole city, and lose the charm of the city. So that would be my main concern, is that the city stay consistent, if they could, with the look of the Corona Del Mar. Thank you.
Any other public comment? All right, I'm going to close it. I have a comment, and that is that if we apply old standards to new buildings, and if somebody's going to put the money into a new building, it's probably to bring in more customers. So you're going to intensify a bad parking situation by potentially doing this. You're going to give the incentive to rebuild, but then you're going to bring in the customer that's going to add to the parking stress that's already in the area. So this is the choice you have. Either incentivize them to rebuild or to let things continue to get older, for want of a better term. So, any other comment from council on the motion? Okay, let's vote.
With Heffernan and Nichols voting no, the motion carries.
Okay, next item.
Okay, the next item is the John Wayne Airport area, which you've been discussing in other issues a little bit earlier. Let me walk through the basic recommendations for the area. As you will see, the committee and the policies divided the airport area into three basic areas. For a couple of the areas, basically, which are the key commercial, the centers, the centroids that are primarily commercial, the plan recommends the continued use of those for commercial and office uses. In the area, what we call the core of the area, or area C, which is the vast majority of the area, the GPAC recommended those uses, the office, the retail, hotels, ancillary uses as there are today. But the committee also recommended the possible addition of housing units in that area, and I'll come back with some additional graphics for that area as well. So, the kind of mix of uses you have today, plus housing as reuse in that area. And then finally, the committee looked at the campus tract area, or referred to as sub-area B. This is an area that the committee was concerned needs some proactive efforts to revitalize the area, change the area over time. Recognizing that is immediately abutting the airport area. They recommended upgrade of the area, other office, retail, airport supporting uses, possible hotel, as well as the possibility of housing, provided that the trip number of automobile trips that would be generated from the uses in that area would not exceed what would result from development of an underlying land use, so what would result from, let's say, an office on that site as well. Let me give you a little bit of additional info on this. I think most of you are aware that there's been a more detailed study investigating this area, and what this graphic indicates for reference, besides the existing parcels and the existing development on the site, are two noise contours. These are what are considered the 65 CNEL numbers under two measures. They are the one that is closest in is based upon the settlement agreement that Mr. Burnham was reflecting earlier, and the outer line is the one that was Airport Environs Land Use Plan. I never get that correct as well. ALUC. And the contours basically, in terms of the recommendations, as you will see in here, is the GPAC set as a series of performance standards, and any housing in this area would have to reflect and acknowledge those boundaries and would be incompatible, and that's also the standard used by the state, in the areas within the 65 CNEL. So as a result of part of the Roma study, they have been looking at the possibilities of how housing could fit in this area and would meet the objective of creating a neighborhood village rather than a series of individual fragments of parcels by themselves. This is only a preliminary evaluation of how development on a number of parcels could be created to create a series of villages. A couple things you will note. In some cases, the housing that would be accommodated in the airport area replaces existing development. So particularly in the areas west of MacArthur, this is a replacement of existing one-story, two-story office buildings. Might occur either as housing independently or in mixed-use structures where the housing is located above the structures. In a number of other locations, this is what would be referred to as infill on the site, where existing buildings, such as in this case what was the Sutton Hotel becoming the Fairmont, some of the higher-rise office towers would be retained, but the housing would be developed on the asphalt parking lots that surround these areas. So it's an infill that would be created in these areas. The other concepts that are coming out of this process are to create a series and networks of greenway connectors to add to the character of a residential neighborhood. You'll also see these residential areas are intended to be grouped around common parklands or other amenities to serve the area and to serve the community. Now, while these are specific parcels and development, what the GPAC has recommended is those uses would actually be permitted in a broader series of parcels within the area, within that boundary that's shown there. Is what this Roma study is undertaking right now is developing a series of performance standards. What are the minimum size parcels to make a successful residential project? What are the relationships between these individual parcels so you don't have abutting incompatible uses? All of those things are in the process of being formulated and will be embedded into, if housing is considered acceptable, will be embedded into the policies of the general plan. The results of this process, to give you some idea of the consequences of this in terms of the numbers and the charts we would be looking at, is a net, this higher chart being the additional amount of retail commercial that could be accommodated in the airport area today. It reduces it at about half from what would be currently permitted. Our office capacity, we would actually experience a net reduction of office capacity. In fact, there is about 1 million square feet reduction from what would currently be permitted under the existing general plan in this scenario. There is also, just so you have the numbers, about 100,000 square feet of retail commercial less than the existing general plan. The industrial numbers are pretty equivalent, but then the big change, of course, is in the residential units. We don't have any permitted in the existing general plan, and the GPAC recommendations would yield us about 3,300 units within the area. The Planning Commission, in its deliberations this afternoon, concurred with the basic recommendations, but also felt that it was appropriate, going back a couple of slides, to allow housing, which was not specifically shown in that diagram, as a potential reuse of the Connexent site. By reusing the Connexent site, it was estimated that there was a potential capacity of about 1,000 additional residential units, given application of the same densities that would be applied to the other site to this particular site. So the final recommendation that came out of the GPAC, or out of the Planning Commission, was, as this diagram shows, housing within this area, broader area, increasing the capacity to a maximum of 4,300 residential units within this area, and then basically endorsing the concept in this area that housing would be permitted, provided that it met all performance standards and did not exceed the trip cap of an equivalent development for the site for office use. Those are the recommendations.
Mr. Rosansky?
Can you enlighten us as to what will be the impact on trip generation by swapping I forget which ones went down and which ones went up, but bringing in the residential units and taking out office uses.
I'll defer to Carlton Waters, but I think we have actually a net reduction in trips of, not including the 7,000 swap for the Connexon site, because we haven't run that calculation yet. But prior to that, we were at a reduction of 0.7%. Is that correct in trips?
It depends on the time of day, and it is a net reduction in the PM peak hour, and on a daily basis, I think a very minor, far less than 1% increase during the AM peak hour. So virtually a wash in terms of the number of trips. In our investigations, it seemed as if there were some benefits, very subtle benefits, in terms of the redistribution of traffic patterns when you start to put some residential uses into an area that has no residential and a lot of other things to interact with that potential residential use in terms of work opportunities as well as the existing commercial opportunities in the area.
Thank you.
I have a question. You mentioned the Connexon site. Is that in these numbers, you just, on those graphs, or not?
It was not included in those
So that
numbers.
would be a further reduction of office and a further addition of residential?
It would increase the residential and it would reduce the industrial number, because that area is currently designated
And
as
how big is it
industrial.
now? Do we generally know?
It's, we'll find it for you.
It's big.
500,000. Well, that 500,000 includes some additional properties. Because there's some areas industrial in the west area of the site. It's a little less than 500,000 square feet.
So 500,000 feet deduct on the industrial side and 1,000 residential units increase.
Residential, that's correct.
And that's not shown on these charts that are here. That was a late addition. That's
That's a
fine.
late
That's
addition.
fine.
In that case, Carlton, would the numbers still hold? Would there still be a net reduction? I mean, if it's 500,000 square feet of space, that's like 500 square feet of industrial space for each dwelling unit. So how does that compare?
Industrial uses are not as high a generator as typical office or the much higher generators of commercial retail uses. Based on the numbers, that would no longer hold. You would be, in that particular case of Connexon, about doubling the trip generation potential of that site on a daily basis, as I understand the trade-off.
So that would change your previous opinion then if we did adopt that.
That is correct.
And maybe someone would elaborate a little on why we, since this is an area that does not have any residential uses currently, why would we want to interject residential units into this area?
The GPAC's discussion, again, was reflecting the opportunity to have more people living close to their jobs, again, reducing the vehicle trips, providing a different housing product than is provided in Newport Beach today, and also reflecting what was occurring further north up on Jamboree and Irvine Business Complex as well within the area.
I think the other consideration they had was being mindful of our regional housing needs and knowing that we need to provide for additional housing somewhere in the city.
Thank you.
Councilman Dale, this is your district.
I support the recommendations of GPAC and upheld by the Planning Commission.
Including this Connexon issue
Yeah,
as well?
I think we should look closely at that. It seems like the 3,100 number we're pretty safe with. There's a net reduction, but I'd be interested if there's any increments within that, what your analysis might show.
Well, isn't it 4,300 was the number that Planning Commission approved?
Planning Commission.
Yes.
Not 31.
Right, but we were, sorry, there's a little bit of a background on this. 4,300, I'm looking at some earlier numbers, so that's what I would support.
Okay. You want to make a motion to that effect?
I will make a
Get this straight.
motion to uphold the decision of the recommendation of Planning Commission.
Which include this Connexon
Yes,
issue as well?
their full
Okay.
recommendation.
Okay. Do we have a second on that?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second. Mr. Nichols?
I was going to second if it hadn't already. Would that Connexon, is that Connexon building as standing something that would be used for this, or would that be torn down, or I'm not familiar, I was taken back a little bit to know that are they presently using the facility, or is it, so that this is a move that they've considered, I guess, or how did we
Well,
bring this up?
we have no information that Connexent is leaving anytime soon. This is a 20-year general plan, and the thought was to provide for the long term and some alternate use of that property should Connexent decide to move.
So this isn't something we expect to happen in any near term or something like that, or is...
That's right.
Then my question was, would the apartments would not necessarily use that building as stands at all if we were just looking at something of relative same density is what you're...
That building could have been converted to residential.
We wouldn't think that building would be converted. If the property were to change to residential, the industrial buildings would likely be demolished and then replaced with residential structures.
And supposedly we would throw in the park site as for that kind of development?
No, the developer provides the park.
I think at this stage, we're in study mode of the environmental impacts, and I think we should monitor very closely Carlton's analysis. And, if these new numbers do go off the charts, then I think we have to think in terms of paring that back at a later stage.
Okay, Mr. Selich?
One thing that I wanted to point out was there was a lot of discussion at the Planning Commission meeting this afternoon on Area B regarding the noise contours and the impacts of particularly the Airport Land Use Commission contour that goes across there, that if the city approves any residential development in there, that it would take a override by the City Council of the Airport Land Use Commission on that issue. So there was a lot of discussion on that, but the Planning Commission decided to go ahead and include the GPAC recommendation, but I think there was a lot of concern on a number of the commissioners' part on that aspect of it.
Mr. Webb? The City of Newport Beach is currently considered to be an inconsistent agency by the Airport Land Use Commission. And what is this general plan amendment, particularly in this area, or not general plan update, doing in the way of making us a consistent agency with the Airport Land Use Commission?
Well, according to what the planning directors told me, we're mystified as to why we are non-conforming, or whatever they call us, and we have asked in the past for them to tell us what we need to do to come into conformance, and they have not responded. So we're not sure what we would need to do as part of the general plan amendment to satisfy them, although I would imagine that if we allow residential within the 65 CNEL as shown in their plan, that would not improve our situation.
It would seem like that we need to have some meetings back and forth then to find out how we can become consistent, because it's my understanding that, particularly in these areas, that any development that comes before, comes in for approvals from the city is supposed to be taken to the Land Use Commission if we are an inconsistent agency. And so I think that we need to take that into consideration in our environmental documents as well as our planning processes to make sure that we try to follow on the county agency's direction, I guess.
Mr. Mayor, just one more comment about that. The last Airport Land Use Commission meeting that I attended, there was an issue about a 15-story residential unit within the 65 CNEL. And the issue really wasn't residential in the 65 CNEL. The issue was really the height, the 15-story, and that it came so close to the air easement rights that the county has. So it's my understanding if that structure would have been 10 stories instead of 15, that would not have been an issue.
I didn't catch all of the discussion on this topic, but the airport director and the county have indicated a desire that the city become a conforming agency, and they've indicated that in the context of our discussions regarding sphere opportunities.
Well, can we unwrap what that means, since no one knows what it means? What does a conforming agency mean? Does this mean you don't build anything in the high noise zone that is not a specific type? I mean, I don't know, what does that mean?
It's my understanding that the Land Use Commission has certain guidelines related to uses in the vicinity of an airport. And each agency, and it has to do with helicopter landing places too, believe it or not, and each agency has to go through and to become a conforming agency and to recognize the presence of an airport and certain restrictions that the Land Use Commission would have you look at. Just because you're an inconsistent agency or the project is found inconsistent by the Land Use Commission doesn't mean the project can't be built, because there is a procedure for the city to waive, override, the findings of the Land Use Commission. But it's my understanding that our general plan does not vary very much and would require very few modifications to become consistent. It's just a matter of there needs to be a staff person that will talk to a staff person at the commission and work out the details of what needs to be done.
We will try again.
Well, no, but does this, what you're proposing tonight, make us, are we going toward that or away from that?
Well, I don't think we understand why we're inconsistent.
Well, no, that's my point. Do we know what the rules are? Is this better or worse?
Well, I think we're talking about land uses, so we're not necessarily talking about heights or anything like that. I think that's really where the inconsistency may take place.
Okay, that's fine.
As to our general plan, not land use.
With one caveat, I think the county assumes that there would be no residential within what they call the Project Case 65 CNEL, which is the 65 CNEL approved by the county in conjunction with the 1985 master plan.
But
Which is the further out line shown on the map.
right, and so what we're doing tonight, is that consistent with that?
The recommendation of the Planning Commission is not consistent with that.
So why are we doing it?
Well, first of all, it doesn't really seem as if we've really established how we're inconsistent with the county. It's basically speculation at this point.
It's
The
not
reason that-
speculation. We are considered to be an inconsistent agency. I sit on
Right,
that
I understand that
commission.
we're
Yeah.
inconsistent, but the basis of the inconsistency, or do you know what that is?
I think the basis of
Okay.
inconsistency now is minor, but I think if we adopt a general plan that authorizes residential uses within the A-Loop 65 CNEL, that would be a more serious inconsistency.
That's true. I mean, in other words, what the county is saying, don't build any houses within that 65 CNEL zone, which is that line, and then from there, from the line toward the airport. I assume that's how noise goes. But our planning commission has said nuts to that, go do it anyhow?
Well, the Planning Commission did not discuss the consistency issue. They only discussed the potential for the council overriding a decision of the Airport Land Use Commission on its project and what that would mean for the city.
Mr. Byrne, what does that mean? I mean, who has the final say here?
We do. The city council can override a decision of the Airport Land Use Commission. What that means is that the county is immune from any liability related to the land use within the 65.
Mr. Mayor, one alternative here, and I'm just throwing this out, since this sounds like a very important issue in terms of, we know that we are not consistent and what that would take, and whether this recommendation that council might want to follow is inconsistent, then you might want to put this particular item to a future agenda.
Well, I don't know if that's the issue. I think I'm just trying to get to the bottom line. You're inconsistent, then the next issue is, so what? You know, and that's what I can't get out of staff, so what? I mean, are we bad boys to the county at that point, or the Land Use Commission, or?
Are we bad boys? No, I think the airport staff and at least one supervisor's aide thinks that the city of Newport Beach should be a conforming agency. And what we're talking about in our sphere opportunities is a joint powers agreement that would have a land use basis, and it would attempt to achieve conformity on certain issues within Santa Ana Heights and beyond. So that would be the implementing mechanism for the veto power over acquisition of property, for example. So I think there is a nexus between keeping residential out of the A-Loop 65 and at least some of the preliminary discussions that we've had with county staff.
Over the issue and over an objective, an airport objective, rather than
Yes.
a general plan objective.
Correct.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Selich.
Yeah, I didn't mean to stir all this up with my comments, but what I was trying to point out was that the Planning Commission was concerned about residential development within the 65, but they felt that for the purposes of the environmental analysis, that it would make sense to analyze the development in there, but it was an issue that they would have concern on when we got down to making a final recommendation. So they said, go ahead and analyze doing the residential in there, in the 65 CNEL, but it's something to be concerned about when we do our final recommendations.
Since I believe the Land Use Commission, Airport Land Use Commission would be one of the people the environmental document would have to be circulated to, it would seem like to me that it would be prudent for us in that document to, if we don't agree with their procedures and still wish to remain inconsistent, that it's at least discussed, and that the environmental document should perhaps review and look at what would be necessary to make us a consistent agency.
Well, another option would be to put in whatever motion is made and approved that residential would not go in the A-Loop 65, within the A-Loop 65 CNEL, if that would lead to a determination that we were a non-conforming agency independent of the other issues that the county have.
I think I agree with Councilmember Webb that discussion is healthy, and then I think at a later date we can make a decision as to how we stand with the Land Use Commission. But I think for now, studying it makes sense and seeing where we are inconsistent or consistent.
I think one of the difficulties with that, Mr. Burnham, is that the A-Loop CNEL, or 65 CNEL, is much more conservative, if you want to say. It covers a larger area than the actual 65 CNEL, and we might want to be careful how we look at that and try to figure out how, because I don't believe the county wants to get into a revised A-Loop situation, because that opens up a whole lot of other doors that they're not really wanting to talk about at the present time.
Can someone just elaborate on why the two lines are different? I'm not exactly sure why that is.
Back in 1985, when the county was preparing EIR, I think it's 232, the fleet mix was predominantly MD-80s at the time. MD-80 is, while it was the quietest aircraft in the fleet back in 1985, it's currently the noisiest, or second noisiest, next to, I think, the Airbus aircraft that FedEx operates. But in terms of air passenger aircraft, it's much noisier than the Boeing aircraft that dominate the fleets for the carriers that serve JWA. And that difference in noise generation between the MD-80 and the current Boeing aircraft or Airbus aircraft created a larger 65 CNEL under the so-called project case, which I think was 55 MD-80s and then 73 MD-80s in 1990. So that was the genesis of a larger contour that exists today.
So the line is not as fluid depending on how the airlines operate out of John Wayne Airport.
The actual 65 CNEL contour is fluid. The A-Loop 65 CNEL is fixed.
No, I understand that they've fixed the line, but the line, depending on, even from day to day, it might change depending on the aircraft that are operating out of that airport.
Yes, if you were to calculate noise levels from aircraft generating each day, there would be minor differences.
But the trend in aircraft is towards quieter, I assume, engines and I would hope.
The trend really is for
I'm hoping we
aircraft
don't need a
with-
new settlement agreement in 10, 20 years from now, but
We're unaware of any trend that would give rise to a much quieter commercial aircraft. The commercial aircraft these days are actually better performing with the same kind of noise characteristics and more fuel efficient, but they still generate basically the same amount of noise.
Well,
Mr. Mayor,
the fact that there are two lines, I guess that the existing today's 65 CNEL line would be our perhaps reason for our finding for overriding the county's plan if, for instance, we were in that in-between zone, as opposed to being actually in the zone is in the 65.
Mr. Mayor, my last question is, by doing this tonight, are we sending a message vis-a-vis the spheres issues and everything else to the county? Or is that so unrelated that we should study this environmental impact?
I don't think it's a particularly strong message, but the message would be a negative one insofar as the airport director and staff.
Okay.
And those are the folks with whom I need to deal to implement whatever the conceptual agreement may end up being.
I was going to suggest that, since we need to study alternatives in the EIR, that the project description would be the number of residential units if we were to assume the smaller 65 CNEL contour, and then as our alternative, which would be designed to reduce environmental impacts, we would figure the number of residential units that could be accommodated if we were to follow the A-Loop's broader 65 CNEL contour.
I think that's a good suggestion.
Okay, Councilman Daigle?
I think that's a good suggestion.
Good. All right. Any other comment? Mr. Nichols?
I think there's something known as pushing the envelope, and maybe we want to do the same thing the county's doing. They're pushing the envelope in how big an airport they're building. We noticed that South County immediately wants to push the envelope on getting their buildings into the sound zone so they can't revert anything at El Toro or something like that. Maybe we want to say that we're willing to play the game too, if that's what it takes.
Okay. Any other comment? Okay, I'm going to open it to public comment.
Good evening again, Wendy Kaiser. I live in Villa Balboa, and I work at by Jamboree and Michelson. So I drive right up near where all the new construction's going on, and I would hope that any traffic study includes adjoining cities' property development, such as the massive housing units that are going in on Jamboree. Jamboree used to be the great street to drive on, and now if you come down it at around 5 o'clock, 4:30, 5 o'clock, until as late as 6:30, not so great to drive on. So I found other ways, and I just leave later or earlier. But if we put in 43, I think we should include up to 43 housing units or whatever the outside proposal is in the traffic study, because you want to look at the worst-case scenario. So you have that information, so when you go to decide what you want to do, you can look at those things. And I think that the idea of having the villages around parks is a great idea. I wouldn't want to see... I can appreciate the council's concerns about sending the wrong message and staff's concern about sending the wrong message to the airport, but I think for the citizens of Newport Beach and our government, we need to have the study done on the traffic to know what the options will be. And I can appreciate we want to work hand in hand with other government agencies and within the confines, and we don't necessarily want to take away liability from the county and assume that liability. And I'm not sure of the parameters of what that means if we do something like that with housing in the area. Does that mean if landowners who move into these housing units want to sue the city over noise after they move in? I'm not sure what that liability means. But I think it's important, if we're going to spend the money to have the study done, that we get all the numbers we can, and that they also look at, there's no grocery stores in that area. That's going to create a lot more chip generation for people that are living in residential area housing units versus industrial or office space. There are some eating establishments, but they are a drive, so you're generating more trips. And every trip up and down Jamboree and MacArthur, I would just want to look at that, because it's going to impact the quality of life for everybody in the area. And especially Michelson and Campus, because the Jamboree narrows down there, and Irvine's doing more and more building and more development of office space up there, generating more trips. So that would be my concern, that we look at the outside numbers, so then you can make an informed decision later on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm John Saunders. I wanted to appreciate the opportunity to talk here. I'm a member of the GPAC committee, and I'd like to give at least my thoughts as to why we voted for the suggestions we did, and I think it was supported by most members of the committee. There are really three things. One, we felt that the City of Newport, because of the state age issues and because of the general increase in population, Orange County needed more housing. And the consensus was, if we're going to have more housing, the airport was one of the best, if not the absolute best place to put it. Secondly, was revitalizing Newport. Throughout, when we looked at various areas, we looked at revitalizing areas that were underperforming. In some cases, they might even be blighted, but probably not that serious anywhere in Newport. Anyway, one of the areas that was pointed out as underperforming is the Birch Tract, and that was a reason why we gave particular consideration for putting allowing housing in there. If you want to revitalize something, you have to pay attention to what economics are and what highest and best uses are and what will happen. And to get it to redevelop, allowing residential would be one of the best things or most proactive thing you could do to make it redevelop. And then thirdly was flexibility. We have a general plan that's going to be here for 20 or 25 years. And if you're going to do a development, you have a general plan restriction, but you also have other restrictions. You have development standards, as has been pointed out. We may have the airport 65 decibel contour. You've got a layer of different restrictions you have to overcome to do a development. And our feeling was, by allowing it in the general plan throughout the Birch Tract, we removed one of those layers of restrictions. If it wasn't suitable because of noise, it still wouldn't be built there. It still wouldn't be allowed. But as is pointed out, airplanes change over a period. Over 25 years, there might be some significant changes as to noise contours or standards with a new insulation. So we thought, why engrave it in stone in the general plan that you can't have housing in a certain area when the other standards might change? Again, if it's not suitable because of noise, it wouldn't be there anyway. It doesn't have to be restricted by the general plan. And then one other thought that occurred, and this was really discussed at GPAC, but it's something, since I've seen the contour lines up here, if you do have an area where we don't allow it in the general plan, it should follow the contour lines. The places where it is allowed and not allowed should follow whichever contour line we ended up going with or deciding is the important one. It shouldn't follow the lines that were drawn separating the Birch Tract out. So as you can see, on the less restrictive contour line, over half of the Birch Tract is in the acceptable area, and even at the more restrictive line, maybe 25% of the Birch Tract is in the acceptable area. So if you do have a separation between where it's allowed and where it is not allowed, I feel that the contour lines are what you should be looking at rather than a restriction along Birch Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comment is open. Okay, we'll close it and bring it back to council.
I have
Yes,
one more
Mr. Webb.
question that I just came up with. If we had 4,300 units here, and this actually applies to all of the areas where we're adding residential units, let's say that can be probably anywhere from 5 to 10,000 people could be living in those 4,300 units. I'm assuming some of them are going to have children. But even if none of them do, that's a whole bunch of people that are going to want to use parks every now and then. And how does your environmental document cover the need to provide additional park space, not just in this particular area, but in every place where we're increasing the residential area? Because we're extremely short on active park areas. We got passive parks all over the place, but we don't have enough active park users, and how are we going to account for that? Because this particular plan does show some green areas for some modest size parks, but I didn't see that in Newport Center. I didn't see that in any of the Balboa Village area, or any of the McFadden Square, or any of the other areas where we're providing for that, and that is a very significant need within the community at the present time.
We will be presenting to the City Council the preliminary policy section on recreation and open space in a few weeks coming up. And one of the things we've asked the folks and my colleagues who are working on that to look at are the appropriate types of parks vis-a-vis, in effect, a product of housing that you haven't had a lot of in the city, and that's the higher density products. What are other cities doing about that kind of parklands? How do you integrate it in a place like McFadden Square or Cannery Village, et cetera? So they are going to be developing some standards and some ideas that we'll be sharing with you at that meeting.
Anybody else? Okay, we have a motion, we have a second, and vote.
Thanks. All ayes, motion carries.
Thank you. Next item?
Next item is Banning Ranch. Let me probably go to the charts first, because I think that gives the comparison. The recommendation by the GPAC for Banning Ranch was for approximately 875 residential units, which you see here, approximately 35,000 square feet of commercial, and approximately 75 overnight accommodation units. And let me show you context again. These are significant reductions. We started with originally in the neighborhood of 2,700 plus residential units in the existing general plan. The existing general plan provides for about 50,000 square feet of commercial. It provides for almost 230,000 square feet of office and about 160,000 square feet of industrial. What the GPAC recommendation does is scale back slightly the commercial capacity, removes all office capacity, removes all industrial capacity, and reduces the residential capacity. That is in lieu of the balance of the site being retained as open space. Now, when I say those uses, that is the second use that is recommended here. As you will see in the text, the first priority that was established was the preservation of the site as open space and the opportunity for public acquisition of the site as an open space amenity. These uses that I just mentioned are provided for if, indeed, the public does not acquire, if there is not public acquisition of this as open space as a fallback use. The Planning Commission endorsed the basic concept of, again, priority number one as open space amenity for the community through acquisition, but they deviated from the GPAC recommendation to go back to the original staff recommendation, which was for about 1,765 residential units. This graphic is an error. It should be about double the height here. It's about 1,765 residential units. 75,000 square feet of commercial, no office, no industrial in both of those recommendations, and the same number of overnight accommodations, 75 units. The reason that the Planning Commission felt that that was a rational number to go to is they wanted to set, again, as we talked about for the EIR, a higher-end number to use as a target. I think they all recognize that in the permitting process, the actual amounts of development are likely to get scaled back. It's been sort of the experience of the larger scale properties developments that we have seen throughout Southern California, actually in all of California over the last 10, 15 years. So they wanted us to assess this as the higher end, recognizing that in reality it's probably going to get carved back a little bit if development were to be permitted on that site. Those are the recommendations.
Questions? Mr. Nichols?
I used to have something I called the county land dilemma, and we used to have it occur regularly here, where there would be a plot of land like down at the Back Bay, and this would be in the county, and the person would go to the county and get the zoning, and then they would come back to the city and say, hey, this is what we got, do you want us in your town, or would you rather us that we just build it in the county and let it go? What's to say that this isn't going to occur at this site, and why wouldn't they just simply do that? Or could they do that? That's been a standard operating procedure.
They could do that, and we have been in quite a few discussions with the property owners of this site to try and talk to them about a development level and a balance between development and preservation of some of the property as open space that would encourage this property owner to work with the city as opposed to working with the county. And those discussions have been promising. I think that we still have further to go on that.
So the staff's recommendation of these higher numbers might encourage the person to talk with us instead of the county. Because otherwise, their best use of their property is where they're going to earn some money, and that's going to be a little bit higher development than nothing, certainly.
That's been part of our thinking. And that was why we wanted to keep the higher number to give us flexibility to continue working with that property owner and encouraging him to work with the city rather than the county.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Webb?
I think I've, in a number of other meetings, mentioned, again, and ties into the last subject I discussed, was this is probably the only site in town where we have the opportunity of creating an active sports park of some sort. And it probably needs to be at least 30 acres, maybe larger. It probably should be positioned right on the boundary of Newport and Costa Mesa, to where hopefully we could get an agreement with Costa Mesa to where maybe even jointly fund the implementation of this project. To me, that probably can only be accomplished if we allow some development on the site and work with a developer to where we allow them to use some of the property and then work with him on creating the spaces that are needed for a lighted sports park. And I think that with the plan on the right over there, which is yellow, and I don't know what the other parcels are, the orange and the other color, but I think that there's not a development out there that isn't going to preserve at least half of the acreage for open space, because half of that acreage is in lowland and wetlands areas. It's going to have to be restored wetlands. At least if you looked at the Taylor Woodrow proposals, they were protecting bluff tops and did a fairly significant amount of work to preserve the area in the drainage ways. And I think that if we ever want to try to solve some of the recreational deficiencies in the city, that this is an opportunity in this location. And even though the policies say some active recreation should be included, with either land use. I think that we need to be more specific and say, we want an active sports park there of some acreage, probably starting with 30 acres.
I want to belatedly admit that I've got some commercial property on 16th Street, which I think is within the zone to be a potential conflict, so I'm going to excuse myself and let Mr. Webb take over. Not to, I mean, that's what I got to do. So, Mr. Webb, can you take over?
Is this on 16th Street?
It abuts the boundary close enough. Go ahead.
Yeah, I asked the staff to bring which I think is what's hanging on the wall over there, a map that explained what the county's general plan is for the Banning Ranch area and where our city boundary is, just since I don't quite have an understanding of where all that stands. Somebody could explain that.
Leslie?
The light on either. I can hear myself, though. This particular exhibit is the city's general plan. And I had our GIS folks blow it up really big so you could clearly see this exaggerated blue line is the existing city boundary. And then on around. The various colors, just to go over what you're seeing, the city's existing land use plan provides substantially more development than the Taylor-Woodrow plan. I can give you those numbers, but I don't know that they're all that important here. The real land use plan is the discussion in the text, and it does talk about the potential resource restoration that could occur on site. It doesn't set precise percentages. It does address the uplands versus lowlands issue. And while it colors the map a certain color, it really acknowledges that a wide variety of densities and product types could be accommodated within a property with substantial open space. So that's the city's plan. Now, this little, where the blue line starts looking like one line, that is a 1-foot strip of corporate boundary property that surrounds the property. So while the site, most of the site is currently unincorporated, it is surrounded by the city of Newport Beach in toto. Ms. Wood, I believe, has passed out to you a map that we downloaded from the county's website, which is the county's existing general plan, which does show the whole property in open space, and I believe it's a resource recovery. Sharon, is that what the?
Open space reserve.
Okay.
Wait a minute, it just says open space under 5, and open space reserve is the crosshatched area.
Right. It's got two different land use categories. Now, that's just the map. We do not have a copy of the county's general plan, and so we don't know if there's any associated text that would refine that mapping.
Do we know what open space reserve means?
It's got to mean something to do with open space.
I'm just curious what the difference between open space and open space reserve is.
Well, actually, if you look at that particular area, that's the area that I believe has been acquired by the federal government as part of the mitigation area related to the Santa Ana River project. And so that those are areas that are already probably under public ownership and have been restored to create the wetlands mitigation area that was necessary. Councilmember Rosansky?
Yeah, well, assuming that it is, the majority of it is open space or open space reserve, whatever that means, at the county level, they don't have the same type of restrictions that we have in our city as far as rezoning goes, do they?
I'm sorry, we're worried
Can we,
about the
can we
microphone.
get Patty a new microphone so she doesn't have to be...
Check.
There we go. Okay.
I'm more technologically challenged tonight than normal.
Okay. My
I'm
question
sorry.
was, the property, if it is zoned open space in the county, is not like it, well, the restrictions on rezoning or changing zoning at the county level are not nearly as restrictive, I would imagine, as our city codes would provide, especially with the green light ordinance.
Well, certainly green light is applicable only within the corporate boundaries of Newport Beach and not within the county of Orange. This is really more probably very smart hypothesis, but Mr. Nichols talked about the conundrum of unincorporated properties gaining entitlement and then incorporating into the city of Newport Beach. I think it's fairly obvious that developers choose that if they feel they can achieve more.
I guess on
agency.
well, and that, I guess, was what my question is it just because it's zoned open space doesn't mean that the county wouldn't be favorable towards some type of rezoning of this property?
They have always considered two different proposals for development of this property in the last 15 years. It just never got to fruition, but it wasn't out of a disinclination to consider it. It really probably more had to do with the type of project and whether the development really decided to pursue it further.
So if we did, in our own general plan, adopt an open space alternative for this property, the developer could easily go to the county and request a change in zoning and may receive a very favorable reception there.
Well,
or not an unfavorable reception, anyway.
They certainly would have that as an option.
They already have done this twice, we've said, and their reception was pretty good, I guess.
Well, they did it with Bayview up on the bluff above Upper Newport
Excuse me,
Bay.
I thought we meant on this particular property.
Well, on this one, the city has slightly more control of this because of the presence of our boundary and the fact that approximately 50 of the acres are now within our corporate boundaries. But certainly the greater weight of the development is in the county, and should the county approve a master plan for that property, the property owner is likely to offer to come into the city only if we were willing to accept that or something close to it.
Okay. Anybody, the council members, have any comments?
I guess my comment is that I think that they would probably come in and maybe after they've done some of the development even, because we've had those who came in before, for example, the church, our friends in the Mormon church lost a good deal of development rights when they came into the city and then finished their project. So our history has not been real good of doing anything but cut people down pretty well, I think. I mean, relative to what they can do if they stay in the county and proceed with that development like we were talking about.
Okay, Councilmember Rosansky?
Can we force them to annex into our city?
No.
And why is that?
Because since it's uninhabited, if there is a protest, then it's the property ownership that decides.
So because of the...
State law.
Well, but is it the size of the property, or what?
No.
What governs the fact that?
If it's inhabited, and that's defined as having 12 or more, is it still registered voters, then if there's a protest, it's decided by a vote of those residents. If it's uninhabited, as this is, then it's divided by a vote of the property owners based on assessed value of what they own. And here we have one property owner.
There used to be a provision in the in LAF municipal reorganization law, Knox Cortese, thank you for sharing, that allowed cities to annex islands so long as they were 75, I think it was 75 acres or less. I don't know if that provision is still in Cortez Knox or not. If it isn't, then no, you need property owner consent.
But this is over 400 acres, I believe, isn't it? Okay. Any other comments from the council? I'd like to then invite the public to come and comment on this item.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is George Basie, and I'm with Era Energy, and I'm here tonight representing the property owners of the Banning Ranch. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you and speak tonight, and I also want to commend the city staff and the citizen volunteers that have worked over the last several years on trying to assemble a reasonable list of alternatives for the general plan update, working with the city's consultant team. During this update process, we've attempted to share information about our property during the formative stages of analyzing these alternatives in the general plan. In fact, we've held a number of on-site tours, so I know some of you have seen the property, some of you haven't, but if you haven't been on or seen an aerial photo of the site, it's important to realize that there are extensive oil production operations that date back to the 1940s and continue to this day that cover much of the Banning Ranch property. This has resulted in a significantly altered landscape consisting of roads, well paths, pipelines, and the supporting facilities and infrastructure, along with a mixture of degraded native and non-native vegetation. It's also worth mentioning, as has already been done, that although we're within the sphere of influence of the city, about 85% of the area presently lies in unincorporated Orange County. I share staff's comments that we have been having meaningful dialogue, and we are certainly willing to continue those dialogues as we explore pre-annexation discussions and options of the like. I don't necessarily think I need to go through all the numbers that have been discussed with some of the charts before, but it's safe to say that the currently adopted city general plan, with its allowed uses, when you compare it to the proposal that was started a few years ago when the owners of the property, working with Taylor Woodrow, invested several $1 million to study the property in an effort to try to assemble a balanced plan for the reuse of the property. This plan, when you compare it to the existing general plan, represents a 36% reduction in allowable dwelling units. We think that's significant. It also eliminated all of the allowed, under the current plan, office and industrial uses, with a minor, modest increase of commercial uses going from 50,000 square feet to 75,000, which would allow an on-site retail opportunity for future residents and maybe some of the neighbors also. Along with this 75-room coastal inn, primarily in response to dealing with requirements of the Coastal Act. Clearly, more than 50% of the land, as has been mentioned, would end up being set aside as permanent open space to deal with key issues such as habitat restoration, preservation, and recreational facilities. Although these plans have been temporarily on hold, it's also important to recognize, we think, that this plan, or any plan for that matter, that would propose new land uses on the Banning Ranch could only be achieved after an extensive oil field abandonment, remediation, and consolidation effort that would create an opportunity to unlock the surface of the site. The property owner's plans for the property would commit to undertake that expensive undertaking. We're talking several tens of millions of dollars. As a first step towards reclaiming that property and with a commitment to create a first quality community addition to the city of Newport Beach. That would be our ideal model. Therefore, and with respect, on behalf of the property owners of the Banning Ranch, we ask that you support the city staff recommendation, as well as the unanimous Planning Commission recommendation a few hours ago, as we do, to approve the so-called Taylor Woodrow alternative for analysis for the CEQA purposes. We fully realize that sometime next year we'll revisit the results and the data that is created from that study, as we would, in our mind, hopefully jointly agree on the preferred alternative for the general plan. And we look forward to working with you towards that end. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
I'd just like to say that
Excuse me, could you give us your name, please?
I'm sorry, the name's Kevin Nelson. I own a couple of businesses in Newport Beach and grew up here and in Costa Mesa from the 1950s. I would just implore you to look over the long run at the value of that land, as the very wild portions of it are very wild, very beautiful open space that it is right now. And to look at this, how much development we've had in Orange County, how much Newport has been developed, to save that little sliver for so many people who want to just enjoy a little bit of open space aside from the beach, which is great. But 20 or 30 years from now, that is going to be extremely valuable open space as opposed to more development, which we've all seen. And I'd say also that although the gentleman who is employed by the developer, or the landowner, I should say, certainly there is a lot of damage to the area as a result of the oil development. But the western corner of that land is in great shape. All of the bluff area overlooking Newport shores there are wild canyons just full of everything down there, and the bluff area, a very large percentage of it, is in great shape. If you put trails through that and envision something like the Talbert Park area behind Estancia High School and further, what would you call that, north up the river, and string those areas together, we'd have a really magnificent park that the county, that everyone in the county would value because of that, the size, its location. It's a great piece of recreational property. With parts of it could be certainly developed in if you thought about the oil company area, where there's a lot of industrial components there, what athletic park idea would fit really well in that slot towards the end of 17th Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Good evening again. I'm Wendy Kaiser from Villa Balboa. This is the issue I came this evening to speak about, but the other ones were important as well to me. Having grown up just over the other side of the riverbed and remembering when the Santa Ana River was all dirt and we used to hunt African frogs and go fishing down there and get your shoes sucked off your feet in the mud bottoms there. It's a beautiful area, and I'd love to see as much as possible of it preserved as open spaces. For the purposes of doing the study, I would encourage the study to incorporate the higher end of the potential development of housing and other component, I forget if it was industrial or commercial of 75,000 square feet. I think a balance can be struck between preserving the nature, the natural area, and the Fairview Park up by Estancia High School has wonderful trails up there, and it would be wonderful if we could connect those trails down to the Banning Ranch area, down to the ocean, so that would be available for everybody to use. The citizens of Newport Beach, as well as all Orange County and visitors from afar. And if you have, I don't know if some of that 75,000 square feet, there had been some talk of a boutique hotel or something, and I know when I lived up on the North Coast, we had a lot of eco-tourists that would come. We brought in, I think it was $3 million a year in Humboldt County for bird watchers and people that would come for ecological reasons. You wouldn't think people would spend that much money watching birds, but apparently that was I was very surprised to hear that. And that's my understanding of how much money came into the economy just from that segment. And those were people coming from all over the world to come to see that environment up there. And so wouldn't it be wonderful if we could preserve that legacy by working with the property owner, which it sounds like a great relationship has been forged there as far as cultivating that dialogue and continuing that through preserving it for our children and our children's children to have primarily open space, but maybe we can get that active use park. I don't know schematically what the buildable area is as far as preserving the open space, but fitting in a park that would work, and also the other uses that have been discussed. But I would encourage looking at the maximum so you know what your options are when you come down to making decisions later on. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening again. My name's Jennifer Irani, and this is the reason why I came tonight also. I feel like this is showdown. This is the last bit of land I feel we have with the view and the special, the nature, the habitats. This is it. You know, we don't have a whole lot more to deal with here, and there's not a whole lot of room for compromise. I think we really need to take a look at how important this is for our future generations to protect the whole area, because it's one of the last ones that we have that won't have a lot of obstructions or compromises made in it. You can walk across that bluff top and see a view that's just unbelievable, and I'm sure most of you have seen it. And that's what compels me to speak on this issue. So, you know, I really feel strongly about this, that there can't be more compromising here. Deferment or mitigation or money for later, and all this talk. And I appreciate the owners. I know that they want to get something out of this for themselves, but they are stewards now. They have a larger purpose now because of where they are in time and place. And it goes beyond what we're talking about. It goes beyond that. It is something that they have an obligation now to preserve this space because because of where they are in time and place. They can't ignore the fact that it's just one last parcel left, and that's just where they are, unfortunately. And I think that you cannot move forward with the Planning Commission's recommendation unless this is put to a vote to the people, because what might have been will haunt everybody of this city if you don't let us vote and determine what should happen with this. If we want to buy it, we should be given a chance before another recommendation comes before and takes place. You know, I think what the GPAC's recommendation for open space is something that we need to adhere to and at least try first. Thank you.
Thank you. Could the audience please restrain your clapping and cheering so that the people that are speaking have the opportunity to complete what they're saying and we can hear them? Thank you.
Maybe I'd also just clarify the Planning Commission recommendation for those who are not here. The recommendation was to endorse the GPAC recommendation for the first priority to keep the site as open space, and then secondarily as a fallback if it were not acquired. Those were the numbers of uses, just to clarify.
Thank you.
Tom Billings. I would again like to echo the previous speaker's comments that Banning Ranch is the last bastion of open space that we have left in the city of its kind. At one point we had a similar opportunity between Corona Del Mar and Laguna Beach, but now Newport Coast is filled in there. Again, I realize it's privately owned there as it is by the Aeros Company and the other partner or the other major landholder, but there has been, and I'm repeating what everybody knows, but a groundswell of over the years of collaboration, I think, from the Sierra Club, from Friends of Harbors and Beaches and Parks, Gene Watt's organization, from Orange County River Park, and this, to the extent the city can partner with those nonprofits, and I think you're wanting to do that. That's the direction you're going. Is great, because I think this can happen. And with respect to the private landowners, they're obviously looking for their return on their dollar, and I think it can be done in a way so they still get that. But I totally support 100% open space if possible at that site, and it is illustrative, this Banning Ranch, of the opportunity that we have. And I know it was referred to earlier about by you, Mr. Webb, about we're short on parks, particularly active parks. Marina Park is an opportunity, and I realize that's more of a passive park, and I won't get into it because I know we're going to talk about that at some other point in a week or so. But I'd like to see Marina Park as well be preserved as an open space, because again, like Banning Ranch, it's a unique site. It's the last bastion of a waterfront park site that should not be commercialized. But yeah, in Marina Park, Banning Ranch, I'm totally supportive of 100% open space. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council, and all the members of what we might call the audience here tonight. My name is Patricia Barnes, and I'm a resident of West Orange County, the city of Cypress. It's almost ironic that you spoke regarding Newport Center, because about 20 years ago, I was a student at the University of California, Irvine, and shortly after leaving the University of California, Irvine, I worked at Newport Center. And I was one of those people who was stressed out by that daily back and forth commute from the city of Cypress for the lack of affordable housing in Newport Beach to a certain extent, but also for other reasons pertaining to my family situation. But anyway, I essentially want to communicate the fact that I was a stressed out person. And I made, in the year 1992, a very life-changing move. I moved outside of my house and took a walk. And when I started to do that, at the time I was 250 pounds. I began to walk. I did not change my diet initially, but I walked. I walked and I walked, and I decided I really do need to walk and explore what open space is around my community and see what was available and see something other than enclosed buildings and concrete. I started to notice trees and flowers. I started to notice plants and air. I started finding 85 pounds of body weight coming off of me. I also found that if I could do this and maintain this, I could change the way it is that I looked at the world, how I looked at what the meaning of being on this earth was, and also make some other types of changes that also have been very life-changing. I have maintained that loss of body weight all these years. In my continuation of walking, I also decided I was going to explore other areas you might call oases of tranquility, trying to find places where I could find the balance between my spirit and the balance of the feeling of the rhythm of my body moving as it should and I feel in nature. And I started looking to the mountains and the deserts. I started driving to those areas to find places that were not built up, places that were not enclosed, places where there were trees and flowers and plants, and where I could find the sense of what it was intended by the creator of the universe and the creator of my body. And I became a member of the Sierra Club in the process of doing this. And I consequently became a hike leader as I became a person who was at the point where I was walking 6 miles per hour and able to walk very great distances. And in the process of becoming a Sierra Club outings leader, I found out about Banning Ranch. And I am now the hike leader for the Orange County group for the Banning Ranch Conservation Hike. This is a hike within our conservation series. I, on a regular basis, lead hikes in the area. I show people the potential that exists for the preservation of an oasis of tranquility right here within our county. This particular piece of land is not only important to the citizens of Newport Beach, but also to citizens such as myself who are seeking places that are not concrete jungles, if you will. Where it is that I reside, there's very, very little open space. That was all right in 1992 when my walks went around the perimeter of my neighborhood. I looked for what beauty and tranquility there was there. There wasn't much. There is a serious paucity of open space within our county. There is a serious paucity of open space along our precious California coastline that is disappearing. In the course of leading these hikes, I continually reiterate the fact to the people who are interested in understanding why this isn't so, why is it so important, that our Santa Ana River is located right there. And there is a significant amount of erosion that can be witnessed and seen along with the absolutely beautiful remnants of precious coastal scrub habitat that still exists there. And I tell these people that if that is eliminated through development, our river will become even more polluted than it is presently. Any kind of development whatsoever threatens the quality of the water. It is already the major source of pollution to the Newport Beach and Huntington Beach coastlines. If there is additional development there is additional erosion and additional pollution that occurs to that river. to say nothing of the fact that what oasis of tranquility we have there now will simply evaporate. I would like to very much advocate that you consider, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, that you preserve Banning Ranch in its entirety as open space. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Terry Welsh, and I'm the chairperson of the Banning Ranch Park and Preserve Task Force. And some of you may have remembered me from 2 weeks ago when I spoke here, and I brought the vision board. But I didn't bring the vision board today, but I did come just to give you another appeal. Obviously, I support preserving the entire mesa. We've been working on this since 1999, holding monthly meetings. That's just our monthly meeting, then additional meetings on top of that. And over that time, I've become more convinced than ever that the entire mesa can be acquired and preserved, and that the property owners can come out winners in this. And, of course, the citizens of Newport Beach can, too. But I also am under no illusion this is going to take a tremendous amount of money, a tremendous amount of time, and an enormous amount of work. And our task force has been working on it, and we will continue to work on it, and we will help you. And I'm very much encouraged that the City Council is endorsing the GPAC recommendation. But I would make a couple things. First of all, really commit to that first part. Really commit to it and work with the public citizenry. Work with our task force. There's going to be so much work to do you can't imagine. I can tell you. Where are we going to find the money for this, first of all? Well, we're working on some money from a park bond right now, $20 million. May not be enough to purchase the entire property, but it's a significant amount of money. But we're working on it. So work with us, commit to the open space, and I'd also encourage you to stick to the original GPAC recommendation, not in other words, the reduced Taylor-Woodrow. I think the GPAC worked on that for 2 years, and I would stick to that original recommendation. I know that you've been meeting with the owners and the Planning Commission met today, and I'm sure those were good meetings, but I would, before just going right to that, maybe stick to the original GPAC recommendation and take it from there. But mainly commit to the open space, and I really look forward to the next 10 to 15 years on working on this project with you. I think we can do it. And I also think, Commissioner Webb, I think there's a role for active lit sports fields on a preserved Banning Ranch Mesa.
Excuse me, I have a question. Sure. Do you have any estimate of how many years it might take? In the staff report, I think they placed a value of maybe $220 to $300 million.
Are you asking me time or money?
Yeah, time.
Time.
How long do you think it would take for you to get whatever bonds you feel are out there put together to where, should this be considered open space forever?
Yeah, should we be realistic about how long it should take?
Yes.
Well, here's what I say. Bolsa Chica, they started trying to preserve Bolsa Chica in 1980. And now there's kind of a cantankerous or warring mentality sometimes between the conservationists and the landowners. I say if the landowners and the conservation community and the city council all works together, we can get it done in less than 25 years. Much less.
Okay. Thank you. We'll be looking at it from Pacific View. Hi, Louise.
Good evening. I'm Louise Greeley. I've been a resident of Newport Beach since 1975, and it's been interesting to recognize the growing awareness throughout the whole community about the Banning Ranch. For a while, you mentioned Banning Ranch, and nobody knew whose horse property that was, and so it's really been kind of exciting to see the growing awareness of the Banning Ranch and how much of the community is realizing the importance of preserving this land. I hope that you as the council can catch the vision that has been growing. And I know we can find a way to properly reimburse the owners because we aren't expecting them to give the property. They have an investment there, and they deserve to have a financial return on their investment. So let's go for the vision. I often think as I drive through Laguna Beach, the vision that city council had to preserve the land there at the beach. And I know this city council can equally catch the vision.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Good evening, council members and staff. My name is Paul Arms, A-R-M-S. And yes, unfortunately, I was named after a body part. But I'm president of the Orange County League of Conservation Voters, and I just wanted to share a couple numbers with you. And I'm very familiar with Bolsa Chica, also being with the vice president of the Bolsa Chica Land Trust. The numbers I want to share, I think, is a solution that you can all agree is something that we can look forward to maybe achieve this vision of purchasing Banning Ranch. We all know that bond will not pass here in Newport Beach, but we do know that bonds pass in the state of California. So here are the significant numbers. Proposition 40 passed in the state of California. Proposition 50 passed in the state of California. Very little money came back to Orange County. Very small amount. But here is the real number. They both passed by majorities in Orange County. A yes vote on Prop 40 was 55.5%. And yes vote in Orange County on, that was Prop 40, yes vote on Prop 50 was 51.1%. What's really significant about that is that's almost 10% of the entire yes vote for these bonds in the state of California. They're huge numbers. The challenge that we have here in Orange County is we do not get our fair share of acquisition funds. And I think the closest thing we've gotten to that is Bolsa Chica, which probably by the end of next year with the Mesa acquisition, the restoration, you're looking at about a $140 million restoration project. The fact of the matter is these bonds are being passed, but our city councils and, of course, our Orange County Board of Supervisors and our legislators are not speaking up and asking for this money to come back. We're starting to see it. And I hope that all of you, including your Planning Commission, does come to the, the Resource Conservation Workshop of Friday, September 16th. I know some of the folks are going, but it's sponsored by the Irvine Company, City of Huntington Beach, several environmental organizations, including Friends of Harbors, Beaches, and Parks. And I think it would be very valuable to address how Banning Ranch can be acquired. And there was mention of extensive oil production on Banning Ranch. Let me tell you, there was extensive oil production on Bolsa Chica. If I remember correctly, it was 1,275 meters of pipe that was removed by Era Energy. So it can be done. It has been done. It's been done by a neighbor city. And that city council and that community had the vision to do something to preserve Bolsa Chica, and they went after the state funds to get it. And just by comparison, you look at where all the money goes. It generally goes into L.A. and up to San Francisco. Next bond that's going to pass, you know that a lot of it's going to go to Irvine or those people that are speaking out for it. So I really hope that the Newport Beach City Council finds a way to help the landowners get money for this property. And believe me, I'm all about giving energy companies money. And just kidding, just kidding. But just joking. But anyway, help them get the money for this property. Let's do something nice for Banning Ranch. Cut down the traffic. Give something nice for our kids. Get something nice for our environment. And remember, Banning Ranch sits at the mouth of the Santa Ana River, which is a significant area of concern for a lot of people that are looking for state bond money. So you guys have a good case to be made to go after that bond money, and I really hope you will catch the vision, just like Louise Greeley has. And I'll say this in closing. I met Louise Greeley maybe about 5 years ago. We wrote a letter of support for Sunset Ridge, And I was telling her how much I like to practice democracy and be able to come up here and speak in front of city councils and that sort of thing. And on my way to work one day, I tripped over a book on my front porch about John Adams that she had sent to me and signed. I don't know if you remember that. I promise I'm going to read it. But it was just a wonderful surprise by a wonderful lady, and I'm really proud to know the people that are involved in Banning Ranch. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, my name is Philip Betancourt, 110 Newport Center Drive. I'm a member of the General Plan Advisory Committee, but hardly independent concerning the Banning Ranch. But I did, in fact, abstain on the recommendations which came from GPAC, and there was a sharply divided GPAC, as I recall, in making the recommendations. But without regard to what you would like to do, I would like to supplement the record on some of the representations concerning the land use. To the best of my knowledge, the county zoning for the property is actually R4 suburban residential, and under those calculations permits about 2,200 dwelling units, according to the numbers that we have seen. Secondly, in terms of the land use of the Taylor-Woodrow plan, which gets sort of trashed in absentia, 53% of the Taylor-Woodrow plan involved the preservation and private funding of open space and open space protection. It included the lowlands and it included all of the arroyos. The density from that plan, think of this in context of the neighborhood, is about 4.4 dwelling units per gross acre. The Newport Beach properties on the perimeter have their general plan density about 10 to 14 dwelling units per acre. In addition, on the eastern boundary, you've got industrial properties in the city of Costa Mesa. The GPAC recommendation, it's about 2 dwelling units per acre. There's literally no context for that in the terms of economic feasibility. Also, there is collateral damage that comes from the immediate GPAC recommendation by cutting the Taylor-Woodrow recommendations in half. That's to have a neighborhood shopping center of about 35,000 square feet, and at least if I can recall of the earlier economic studies, some which were part of the environmental documentation, it leaves an anemic site with insufficient square footage for a fully anchored major market, which was what most folks in West Newport Beach wanted when we were active in the area. Finally, in terms of the improvements in the area, I always want to remind folks that this recommendation behind those lines includes an 11.4 acre site that's owned by the Newport Mesa Unified School District that has existing zoning rights on it. They facilitated Banning Ranch, including that in the application of the time, but for those who want to sweep it all the way and take it all the way in open space, I'm sure Newport Mesa officials look at that as a valuable asset. I'm not carrying their water. I just want to point that out for the record. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Robin Everett. I'm from Costa Mesa. This is too tall for me. Sorry, I'll be quick because I know it's late. I just want to say that the only 2 people that have spoken for this project are people who stand to make money off of it. Everybody else really cares about it. We want open space. The last time I looked, I wasn't in need of another supermarket. I have plenty of them. I need more open space, though. I need more places to hike and more places to see nature. I'm really excited that the GPAC came back with a recommendation of open space first, with a reduced Taylor-Woodrow at second. It's a smart decision. I think it's a fair decision. And I'm happy that at least the Planning Commission did in part endorse that. And I hope that the City Council can fully endorse what the GPAC recommended, because that was what they were there to do, and they got significant public opinion, and public opinion overwhelmingly supports open space. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council members, I'm Nick Hamilton of Newport Beach. This is also the reason I'm here tonight, though I can never pass up an opportunity to talk about affordable housing. I'm not as involved as some of the speakers tonight, but somebody said to me, well, gee, wouldn't you like it to look more like it looks when you're driving up from Laguna into Newport? And I thought, what open space is there? And oh yeah, he's talking about Newport Coast and all those McMansions. No, I wouldn't want it to look like that. I enjoy driving home and seeing open space there, and I think we're very lucky to live in a prosperous city where things just keep getting better. And if you allowed every square foot to be developed, I'm sure there'd be a developer to do it. I also understand economics and that you can't just take property from people. I certainly wouldn't want that to happen to me. So I encourage, I support full open space at the property. I understand that there's a need for compensation if that were to occur, and that you also have to look at some development, at least in your environmental impact report. So I would just recommend that environmental report follow the GPAC recommendations. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? All right, we'll close the public comments. City Council, what's your pleasure?
I have a few comments.
Mr. Rosansky.
Certainly this property is unique, and it's probably one of the most unique properties that we're going to be planning for under our general plan. At first blush, most of the property is not even in our city, whereas all the other properties we're dealing with are in our city. And so, under the rules that guide this type of process, because it is in our sphere of influence, we are required to plan for it. But that doesn't mean that the developer has to come to us and process their approvals or their permits through the city based upon whatever plan we come up with, because they are governed by an alternative jurisdiction, which is the County of Orange. Now, I don't think anybody up here on the council dais is opposed to open space. I'm certainly not opposed to open space, and I do support the GPAC recommendation for open space on this piece of property. But there are competing interests here. There's the interest of the property owner in getting fair value for his property. We're a country that believes, I think, in property rights and not unduly taking property from somebody without just compensation. So I think that if we do go down the road of open space and try and preserve this, I almost said pristine property, but it's certainly not pristine. But this valuable piece of open space property, we do need to take into account that the developer or the owner, or potential developer of the property, would need to be adequately compensated. What that number is, I don't know. I mean, we heard a number here. I think Councilman Webb threw out $250 to $300 million. That may be high, it may be low. I have no idea, and that's something that will probably need to be developed in the future in consultation with the property owner, appraisers, whoever gets involved with the valuation of property. But it is a laudable goal to turn that property into open space, and I think we do need to allow some time for the folks. Many of them are here in the audience, I think, that want to take a stab at trying to preserve it as open space. How long that will take, I don't know. I mean, I don't think we can ask the developer or the owner there to wait indefinitely. 25 years is a long time to say, okay, well, come back in 25 years and if we haven't bought it, we'll let you do whatever you want. That is a long time. But, I firmly believe people use as much time as they have, and so I'm not going to sit here tonight and say how much time the environmental community or the city or whoever wants to get involved with that project is going to have, but I think that's something we'll need to address down the road. I don't think we're going to solve that problem here tonight. Short of it becoming a park or open space completely, I certainly think that no matter what development happens up there, if there is ultimately development, that significant, more than the majority of that property will ultimately be open space, regardless of what's developed on the mesa. The lowland areas, many of them are in tidelands and things like that, and I think even the the oil company that owns that property is realistic in knowing that they're not going to build below the mesa there, that is environmentally sensitive area, and that it will be protected. So what we're really dealing with is the mesa, and even on the mesa, there's ravines that run through there that will have to be protected as significant resources in that area. But that does leave the balance of the mesa, and what are we going to do with that in the event that, for whatever reason, the funds are not available to acquire it? And so we'll have to approach that. Tonight, we've heard that the Planning Commission is saying, well, let's study, what is it, 1,875 units? Or 1,785, excuse me. 1,785 units. GPAC is saying 875 units. Quite honestly, I think that the 1,785 is too high. And I think even ultimately the owner of the property will realize that that's just not going to fly. Once you go through Coastal, once you go through the Department of Fish and Game, all the other various state and federal agencies that are going to have a finger in this pie, that they're going to get whittled down, and it is an unrealistic number. And I'm not here to set a number unrealistically high so that the developer can trade it away, down the road. That being said, I think there is some importance to the argument that if there is going to be development on that bluff, that it be done in conjunction and with coordination through our city as opposed to the county. Because, 5 guys that meet in Santa Ana are not going to be protecting our interests in the mesa or in our city as far as traffic and the impacts that property will have throughout West Newport. And we didn't see them here tonight, but I've attended many meetings on this general plan update process. Many of the intersections that are impacted today are in West Newport now. Further development on the Banning Ranch will certainly have to take into account the fact that there are impacted intersections and that those problems will have to be dealt with before any development is going to happen on the mesa or anywhere on that property. And I think, again, the developer and property owner understands that. And so, but certainly I think we would, as a city, like to work with them in the event that there is ultimately some type of development on that property. I think it's in our best interest. And quite frankly, if I own the property, I'm looking at my options. And my options are, do I go to the county or do I go to the city? And so, in a sense, we need to be at least flexible enough to entertain an option that would be economically viable for them to develop the mesa and still fulfill the goal of setting aside significant portions of open space, whether that's 50% or 60% of the property or 75% of the property, provide for facilities such as Councilman Webb mentioned, which I also am a supporter of, a significant parcel set aside for an active sports complex up there, and as well as other maybe passive. I'm not saying they're going to play baseball or soccer. We have needs for tot lots, all kinds of things in West Newport, and that's really the only piece of property in town that's left anymore to accommodate that type of a use, and in a place where it can be lighted, which is a problem for a lot of existing neighborhoods. So in order to entice the developer to talk to us about those things, talk to us about fulfilling those types of needs that we have in our town, I think we need to at least put on the table something that will make sense for them, to invest the kind of money that it's going to take to clean up the site, to restore the property to a more natural state and a more user-friendly state, not where there's a bunch of abandoned oil equipment and oil pipes and oil wells and all that type of roads and all the degradation that's gone on in that property over the last 60 years. And so to put it back the way it was, it will require significant investment, probably hundreds of millions of dollars between acquisition costs and remediation costs and things like that. So, certainly if we have an entity there that's willing to foot most of the bill, I mean, that is significant. And so I guess where I'm leading is, and what I'm going to propose, and just going down the recommendations here, since it is, that property is completely surrounded by my district, and I think I have probably the most interest of any of the councilmen in what happens there tonight, as councilwomen as well. What I'm going to propose is to reduce the housing units, the dwelling units from the 1785 Taylor Woodrow plan, because I think that is an unrealistic number. Although Mr. Betancourt was up here earlier and he talked about 2 dwelling units per acre on the GPAC plan, that assumes on the whole property divided by the number of dwelling units. But realistically, the whole property is never going to be developed. And so, it's easy to play loose with numbers. At 1785, it's still significant densities there. And so I guess what I'm going to propose is something in between. I think something in the neighborhood of about 1,375 dwelling units as a compromise position, at least as far as study goes. And what you must remember tonight, we're not adopting anything. All it is a matter of studying for the purposes of the environmental impact report. In addition, I do, though, accept the assertion of Mr. Betancourt earlier that the 35,000 square feet of retail space is, assuming that you are going to have those numbers of dwelling units up there, would not be realistic. If anything, we want to cut down on the number of trips. We don't want people driving across town to go to a market. And as far as I know, the only supermarket that's near there they're all on 17th Street in Costa Mesa, as well as Vaughn's Pavilions, I think, over on next door to City Hall here. So those are the 2 closest supermarkets that you're going to go to. Creates a significant number of trips and traffic through town. So to build if it wound up as 1,375 dwelling units and not provide some type of services to those homes, I think would be a mistake. And so I'm willing to at least study the 75,000 square feet. I am also willing to entertain the notion of the 75-unit hotel rooms, because if it does become a significant resource up there, even at 60 to 70% or 50% or whatever it is that's ultimately restored, it may provide opportunities. I think one of the speakers, Ms. Kaiser, mentioned about ecotourism or things like that. Maybe it could happen, maybe not. But certainly that would be a desirable goal and a way to maybe use that property for the benefit of more than just local people or even people from Cyprus, but people from all over the state could come down and see what a beautiful resource we have. I think if we went with a plan like that, it is a significant, more than significant reduction from what is currently in our general plan. If we're up to 2,700 dwelling units and hundreds of thousands of square feet of industrial and office space, which we're going to do away with, I think that's a huge leap forward from where we were to where we're going. So with that in mind, I don't know if the motion needs to be made, to include, I'll certainly want to include a significant active park component in there. I don't know that I'm going to put a number on it. In my mind, it would have to be probably at least as big as Bonita Canyon Sports Park, which I believe is at least 20 acres.
I think it's closer to 30.
Is it? Okay, well, and certainly in that range. And I guess another little pet peeve of mine is I look at probably the most recent development, which a lot of you would probably be familiar with in the environmental community, is the Castaways development up along the Back Bay. And every time I come down Coast Highway and I see those homes that are just looming over the bluff, it irritates me. And I certainly would never want to see that if the development does occur on the Banning Ranch. And so I would also want to include that whatever approvals we ultimately give to a developer, if we do give any, that there is going to be a significant setback requirement from the bluff so that we don't ever drive down Coast Highway and think, God, those homes are about ready to fall off the bluff. They're so close to the edge. I think it would be a significant resource for the residents of Newport Beach as well as the residents of any development there to have some type of a ribbon park that would run along the bluffs that would preserve that area both visually and from a environmental standpoint. So with that being said, I don't know if that's enough to constitute a motion or if you want me to condense it down a little bit more, but that's the motion that I'll make. Is that we go with 1,375 dwelling units, 75,000 square feet of retail space, up to 75 units of hotel space, a significant set aside for an active park, an understanding that the lowland areas will be preserved as open space, and that a significant ribbon park be created along the bluff. Well, that'll come later, I'm sure.
Okay, now, is that considered as the secondary as opposed to
Correct,
the
as the
primary?
second, that's right. The open space alternative will be the primary use, and again, the time period, the time frame, I don't know what that is tonight, but certainly that will have to be worked on, and then it'll be up to the folks here in the audience, the ones that spoke, the ones that didn't have a money interest in the property, as someone said, to go out there and get the money. I mean, I know $20 million is proposed for a bond issue that may be on the ballot next year. I'm sure $20 million is not going to come close, and so there's going to be a lot more work that you folks are going to need to do to identify funds and identify agencies or whoever it is to get the money. Because, I know the folks from Air Energy and their partners, they're not in the business to lose money, and we can't expect them to foot the bill for our park. I mean, it's their land, and they need to be adequately compensated. So, with that being said, the open space alternative would be the preferred use, but I guess with some type of a time constraint, which is yet to be determined, whereupon, we'll consider a little more intensive development of the property based upon my previous comments.
As a part of the primary concern on open space, would you request that an active park be included in that open space consideration? Just to make sure
Sure.
that we...
I mean, open space doesn't mean that it's, off limits to the public, and certainly I think even Mr. Terry from the Banning Ranch Task Force even acknowledged that there is opportunities for active park, even within a completely, natural or whatever. Well, it's not so natural, but within an open space environment, an active park would certainly be acceptable.
It's going to be substantially restored natural area, but,
Correct.
okay. So that, if I understand you, that as far as if an active park is included in that, then I would second the motion. Anybody down, Councilmember Daigle or Nichols wish to comment?
My only comment is maybe we should have that big project out there as one of the alternatives, so we actually find out
what the impacts are.
I mean, basically, we can dream, but if it ends up to be a dream and they come back with a county project, maybe we ought to know what it is.
Okay, now by big project, are you referring to the Taylor Woodrow project of 1,700? Okay.
I think that's what they feel is a reasonable project, and let's see what
Woody, would you want to comment on that? My sense of it is that, again, it goes against what you talked about earlier, that typically the alternatives are less intensive uses, not more intensive uses.
Yeah, for the purposes of the EIR, you're looking at a alternative that reduces the potential impacts under CEQA. We are studying, remember, the existing general plan, which is a higher number, which had the even greater number of housing units in the office industrial as well. So that is obviously one of the alternatives that will be embedded in the EIR. But the other alternatives, we do want to go lower.
Would it be possible to discuss, study the 1,700 with the understanding that we look at an alternative of 1,300 or 1,375 to where we can determine the difference in impacts?
Well, we already have the trip generation numbers for all those alternatives from when they were studied initially.
Well, personally, I'm going to echo something that Councilman Daigle said earlier. I mean, we're monkeying with the GPAC alternatives. The Taylor Woodrow, or the 1785 proposal, is virtually double. And so I guess I'm not prepared to go that far. I don't think 1785 will ever be approved. And, I guess at this point, I'm willing to make a hard decision. And quite honestly, I don't think, even if we said 1375 tonight, I think everybody knows that 1375 is not going to be approved either. Because once you go through all these different various agencies, it's just going to be whittled down. So, I'm willing to stretch a little here to accommodate the Planning Commission, or at least their thinking, but I think the 1785 is really, it's out of the question. I mean, for the amount of property that will be left after we deduct out our active park and the ribbon park that I'd like to see, and the ravines and the lowlands, you're talking about, I don't know how many acres, but the densities will be quite significant even at 1375 based upon that. So I'd say 1375 would be the number that I'd be happy, that I think I could live with and vote for.
Mr. Mayor? I'll support Councilmember Rosansky's motion on the housing units. I did have a question on the hotel units. Where was GPAC and the Planning Commission on those numbers?
They were at the 75 number. They only varied from that when they considered the development of the site as, the fallback were to be developed only for a hotel that went to a larger facility if that were independent of housing, i.e. no housing on the site.
Okay. Does that change your...
No, because I think you're going to study that as one of the alternatives. Is that, I don't have a problem with them studying a hotel only as one of the alternatives. And if it wound up being a hotel, that would be probably a very low percentage use of that property. I think the environmental community would probably be pretty happy if it turned out to be a hotel only. So
Okay.
I have no problem with that.
Do all understand the motion? Councilmember Selich, did you want to say something?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's your turn.
Page 15, in the reports, you've got 283 acres of land that are ranked in various categories. Could you explain those, what those mean?
Which page? We had a number of biologists go out to the site to rank on a relative scale the importance of the habitat on the site today. Category 1, and this was based upon a couple of days of limited field evaluation and investigation as well, an observation of the habitat, the plant and the animal habitat on the site. Category 1 were those species that were definitely would, under any criteria, under state and federal listing, qualify as threatened or endangered species, or indeed be those areas that permitting would absolutely be required if there were to be any take or reduction of the site. Those were primarily, as indicated on the prior page, in the northwest.
Yeah, let me interrupt you. I've read this stuff on the prior page. I guess what I'm really interested in is, are these categories that are most likely that through whatever process we end up going through, that's going to mean that we're going to have 283 acres of open space?
The first category it's a relative scale. Mm-hmm. The first category, the ones are probably absolutes. The category 2 are probables. The category 3 are maybes. The balance of the site were considered not to have species that were likely to be considered at all. So, and in any permitting process, because I've gone through this just recently with the University of California, the ones, the Fish and Game and the Army Corps will hold you very tight to. The 3 category here is negotiable, and I found in past permitting that some may be and some may not be, depending on the nature of the habitat.
So what's the total acreage? So that if you take the 283 minus that total acreage, the remainder would be
400 and
developable area, I guess you might say.
Was it 404 acres?
Yeah.
So it's 121 acres.
Okay, now the other dilemma, though, is in using these numbers, is some of these are fragmented and separated, and in any permitting process, the environmental review is going to want connectivity between some of these habitats. So there are lands, it's like looking at a spotted leopard in some cases, particularly where part of the properties have been used before for roads or oil extraction operation as well. And in terms of permitting and particularly restoration, there indeed is going to need to create a cohesive area. So it's a little bit more than just the addition of the numbers here.
Okay, well, let's just say that there's 121 acres left, then. Does that include...
Well, before you move on, I thought it was, this property is 518 acres, it says.
Yeah.
Is that wrong?
Did I get the wrong?
Yes.
It says the first line on the...
No.
I get 400 acres now.
Water features.
Does that include also the area that has been given to the Corps?
I think so.
Yes. I believe that the 518 acres was before the Corps took their piece, so that the 400 is probably what is currently under the ownership of West Newport Oil and others, or Arno.
And I should also counsel the city council here that these numbers are habitat, so they do not include the sides of the bluffs where there may not be vegetation. We only look at vegetation and habitat. So that would be an additional reduction, if you will, from what would be developable if indeed the objective is to preserve the bluffs.
Well, that's kind of where I was heading. I was trying to figure out what the 1,375 acres really meant. And if we have the 283 acres, then there's going to be some additional acres for the bluff and whatever setback you're talking about. And I'm just trying to figure out how many acres we're really talking about. But even if we just have 121 left at 1,375 acres, that's an overall density of
10 units per acre.
10, 11 units per acre.
Which is fairly significant, I think. I mean, that's
pretty high density.
That's why I think that
overall
ultimately the developer or the owner of the property will find that even 1375 is probably a number that they would love to attain, but probably never will. So, I don't see any need to go to the 1785. It's just a make-up number at that point, make-believe number.
Okay, shall we vote on the motion, which is primary with open space and an active park? Secondary is the 1375 residential, 75,000 commercial, and 75 hotel rooms with an active park.
And a ribbon park.
Oh, and a ribbon park, that's fine.
Don't forget my ribbon park.
With Councilmember Nichols voting no, the motion carries.
Okay, moving on to our next area, there's a secondary document in here that's entitled Other Land Use Revisions. These are for smaller areas that were not part of the 12 or so primary study areas that we were asked by the city to evaluate as a part of this process. These are the General Plan Advisory Committee recommendations for those areas. The first of the areas up here on the screen is the Lido Isle area. I think most everybody knows what that area is. It's an area where the actual pattern of development in terms of units that are on site don't necessarily reflect the pattern of parcelization. For example, you may have a number of legal parcels there today, but the common trend is to have 2 units built and cross what are 3 legal parcels because of the way that the site was subdivided originally. What this is a technical reflection in the fact that while the development patterns have been different, there is the theoretical possibility under current rules that all the existing housing could be demolished and you would have an additional 3,000 to 3,600 automobile trips if indeed each one of those individual parcels were to be built out to the original parcel subdivision. So the recommendation here was to implement a lot merger program that would reflect what is actually on the ground, which would then preserve those units and indeed prohibit any net increase of housing units. This would save us a fairly substantial number of trips, as you can see by the numbers, and that was the recommendation of the advisory committee. And the planning commission, I'm sorry, thank you. How did I forget the planning commission?
Any council questions? Okay, how do we break this down? We open public comment on each one?
That's the way the Planning Commission did it, and it went fairly quickly.
Okay, Mr. Rosansky?
I'll just make a motion to
Good. To approve it?
approve it, yes.
Okay, second? Okay. All right. Any public comment? Okay, we'll close public comment. Bring it back. Let's vote.
Okay.
All ayes, motion carries.
anticipating all eyes. Okay, moving ahead. I'm going to walk through this one fairly briefly. This was one that part of this had been addressed previously. This was the issue that I'll just generalize, that there are a number of areas, particularly on the peninsula, the West Newport area, on Lido Isle, Balboa Island, and, well, let me come back to Beacon Bay in a moment, that are currently designated an R2 or R1.5 designation. And as we pointed out at the last meeting we had 2 weeks ago, there is the trend in many of these areas to build at the 1 unit per parcel rather than the 2 units on a parcel basis as well. And the recommendation that was made at that point in time was to change the R2 designation and the R1.5 to R1 with the possibility of an overlay that would allow secondary units within the area. To sort of cut the conversations briefly, what you did as the council at the last meeting was to retain the R2 designation for the West Newport area based upon, again, that sort of council to go to the high end of the recommendation as well. The Planning Commission meeting in its afternoon recommendations elected for the balance of the areas to also maintain the R2 designation for that same purpose, so that it would be operating within the EIR purposes for at the higher end of the potential development capacity as well. Staff can update you. I know there has been further discussion with the residents and some representatives from Balboa Island, and Patty, if you so desire, could indeed brief you as to their input on that point in time. The one area where the Commission recommended the R1 area is Beacon Bay, and that's because there's a current legal prohibition in actually building the 2 units on the lot in that area. And indeed, so the Commission recommendation was to go to the R1 density designation within that area.
Okay, any questions for staff?
The clarification.
Yes, Mr. Nichols.
R1 on the island and R2 remains as is on the other ones for your high density deck.
The Commission basically kept the R2 everywhere except Beacon Bay, where they recommended R1.
Left the R2 at every designation.
Right. Left it, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I heard.
They left, didn't they also leave the areas that were 1.5?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, so
R2
they
and
left
1.5.
existing
The only,
zoning.
to keep it simple, the only change they made was to Beacon Bay, and that was to go to an R1.
Okay. Any other comment?
I guess I'm still not understanding. Did we decide that for the purposes of the EIR, we're going to leave things the way they are, except for Beacon Bay? Is that correct? Okay, now I understand. Thank you. Then I'll make a motion to approve that.
Second.
Okay. Any other comment? I'll open up to the public. Close it. Bring it back to the council. Thank you.
All ayes, motion carries.
Okay, the next area is a, put this out here, is area bounded by Irvine Avenue, 15th Street, St. Andrews Road, and Carl Place. It's an area that has been zoned as multifamily. There has, today it contains a mix of housing units. It's got some older apartments, small lot units, single-family detached units. Staff indicates that the trend recently has been to replace those multifamily units with smaller lot, single-family or detached units, et cetera. The recommendation of the GPAC was to redesignate this for single-family residential, recognizing that trend. However, in the action of the Planning Commission was to retain the multifamily designation for that area.
Did they give a reason?
Go ahead.
They didn't see that it was changing rapidly. They thought that the existing multifamily structures are not old, still have useful life, and felt that it was not an area that the city should be instituting change yet.
Aren't those properties there like 4-plexes? They're not even duplexes. Those are like 4 units?
Yes.
They're 4 units? Or duplexes? Yeah. I don't really see those changing into single-family home lots when you got 4 units on there. It just doesn't make an economic sense that it's going to change that way.
Really, the only significant change is at the corner of 15th Street and Irvine, where that was the E-Bill Club. Well, anyway, there was a large parcel that was
Masonic
developed.
Lodge.
Yeah, and it was put in with the condos at a fairly high density, so that it's
Very
probably
high
higher
density.
density than the
Right, no one's going to be
fourplexes.
tearing down those fourplexes to put in a single-family home, not when there's so many other potential single-family lots in Newport Heights there, as well as Cliff Haven. So I'll make a motion to, thank you, Bob. Nice having you back. I'll make a motion for, to leave it as multifamily residential, at least for studying purposes.
It's also more compatible with the use across St. Andrews.
Exactly.
Is that a second?
Of course, they probably,
Okay, we have a second. Any other questions for staff? Okay, I'm going to open up to the public. Seeing no, I'm closing it. I'm going to bring it back for a vote.
All ayes, motion carries.
The next area is actually two kind of characteristics of the area. It's the properties on the southerly frontage of West Cliff Drive, east of Irvine Avenue, and the properties flanking or fronting on Dover Drive on the west side between there and Siegel. Those areas, both of those streets are today designated in the general plan as administrative, professional, and financial commercial use within the area. And today, there's quite a bit of mix of uses in there. There's some financial, there's some retail, there's some offices, specialty uses and some institutions within the area as well. Some of the properties on Dover are underdeveloped and offer some opportunities for change as well, and some reuse and revitalization and redevelopments of some of the other properties on West Cliff have been occurring as well. And there are indeed some conflicts with the adjoining multifamily in that some of the visitors to this area park within the area, the visitors park in the commercial areas, visitors to the apartments park into the area as well. The recommendations of the GPAC was to apply change the administrative, professional, financial to a mixed-use designation within this area, and what they meant by this is a little bit different definition of mixed use than we've been using elsewhere. We've been talking about a residential and a retail mixed use. Here it was a mixture of office and retail uses along the West Cliff Drive area, and then they also then on Dover also called for a mixed use, but this was for office and multifamily residential. Again, not necessarily vertical here, it was just intermixing within the same area, those two uses. The Planning Commission endorsed those recommendations.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Webb?
I'm a little confused with the logic there, because if I were to do it, I would do just the reverse, because on Dover, those residential units are more isolated from the shopping center, which is up at Save-On and Bank of America and the market and everything up at the other area. You have apartment complexes really on both sides of them. You have the Coronado Apartments on one and the Rutland, whatever it is, on the other side of West Cliff. Whereas it just seems like Dover is a more heavily traveled street, and that as far as trying to come up with a mixed use of office and retail, it would just seem like it makes more sense on Dover to have that office and retail there, and the mixed use residential where it can tie to with other residential areas and be closer to your shopping center.
Is that a motion?
Yes. Reversal.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Any further questions for,
Do we have any mixed-use residential in that area right now? I mean, do we have any residential in that area right now?
This is the Coronado This is the Coronado Apartments right here.
Yes.
This is a series of apartments. This entire area here is multifamily residential here. This is the shopping center. This is residential here. There's a commercial shopping center in that location there. This is the high school here.
I'm familiar,
This is-
but
and
I'm
this is-
saying,
and this is
I don't know
Castaway.
any residential in the area that we're talking about.
On the site that we're
on
talking
the site
about,
that we're talking
changes in use, it's all doctor's offices, restaurants, shops, there's a little market, a new building up at the corner, there's a bank,
Several
a couple of
restaurants.
restaurants.
But I don't know of any residential at all on there.
There is not any existing today.
I'm not sure that it makes sense to have any, but that's my opinion.
Mr. Mayor?
Selich?
What's the reason for adding the residential in there? I mean, everything else seems to be a reflection of what already is. It already is a mixture of all those uses. So what's the idea behind putting the residential in there?
Can we ask for some staff input on this, please? And we're going to get some.
As I recollect the discussion of the GPAC, they believed, and I think with a little bit of property owner and staff input, that the frontage on Dover is far less successful than the frontage on Westcliff. And they felt that adding some new opportunity to enable fresher development in that area, the area could be a bit healthier. But that the area on Westcliff was actually really successful, pretty vibrant. The parking lots are always full, and so they wanted to support that.
I would kind of tend to agree. All those businesses there seem, you never see a vacancy in that center, and it is a vibrant area, and so why do we want to throw more? To me, 17th Street is a commercial street. Granted, there are some residences directly across the street from there, but in general, and I think there's more traffic on 17th Street than Dover. I mean, anybody going up Dover is going on to 17th Street virtually.
Westcliff in Newport Beach.
Or Westcliff, I'm sorry, yeah. Excuse me. That's right, it is Westcliff. I think Westcliff is busier than Dover, and I just as soon leave it all mixed, or make it all office and retail, or leave it as the GPAC has suggested, because I think Dover is a kind of a, it's just not, it doesn't seem to have, at least from my own observation, I am not a traffic engineer, but that Dover doesn't seem to have, and maybe you would know, Patty, what kind of traffic on Dover as compared to on Westcliff? Or actually, we do have the traffic engineer here, that's right. Carlton?
You do. Taking a quick look at our preliminary alternative studies, it does indicate that Dover, south of Westcliff, is a busier street than Westcliff east of Dover.
Oh, really?
West of Dover.
West, thank you.
I think we have a church, don't we, down on the end of, isn't there a church on 16th Street?
I think that's true.
At the far end of the L, if you will, on Dover and 16th?
Yes.
And I think they're mainly office buildings going up toward the bank or the key at the end of the L, aren't they?
They're older office buildings, and
I'm familiar with them. I have several people.
you know, I think it's mostly financial institutions and offices.
They seem to be fairly well used. I mean, they're not, I'm not too sure that that's a great place for an apartment building or something, and I don't know what else. This mixed residential, that really kind of turns me off in those kinds of areas, but maybe you're, I just think that there's opportunities for that to be used pretty well. I don't, that's my feeling.
Does staff have a recommendation?
I don't think we feel as strongly about the Dover frontage, but on Westcliff, just repeating what Patty has told you, that we in the GPAC observed that that area is doing well, and it is a mix of office and retail, and the current APF designation in the general plan doesn't necessarily allow the retail mix. more exclusively office. So we were just trying to correct that and encourage continuation of what's working.
Yeah, I think I'm sorry. I think in practice, there are retail uses there. I know there's retail uses there because I shop at retail uses there. So basically, we would just be reflecting, exactly what's going on there today. So I know Councilman Webb wants to speak, but I'm going to make an alternative motion that we accept the GPAC recommendation and leave it the way it is.
I'll second that.
For both or for?
Whatever, for both.
Okay.
I had an additional question. So staff's recommendation is retail on West Cliff, and what about Dover? Do you have a recommendation on that?
We would support what GPAC said.
Okay.
Is there
At
any
least for
reason-
purposes of the EIR.
Is there any reason that retail wasn't considered for Dover? It's hard to park.
Jason, what's across the street? Dreamer was across the street on the other side of the street.
Personally,
I think
as it
because
ties
it's
into-
not a street that invites retail.
Right,
you
it's-
know, because of the speed of the traffic and the width of the street.
Plus, you can't really, at that point there, especially as you get closer to the intersection, you really, isn't there a median there, I think?
There's a median.
Yeah.
Would we be thinking of this as an apartment building or a condo-type apartments? Is that what you're looking at, or are you looking at like a fourplex only, or what kind of housing would you have in there? You say multifamily.
That's
What
more-
does that mean?
That's more detailed than we would have in the
Zoning.
general plan.
So you would just give it a zoning per acre and say that,
We'd give it a land use.
it's going to be
test.
12 or 15 or something like that?
Mr. Webb, is this your district, I think?
Yes.
You want to clarify this path here, because it's 11:15.
It's getting all mixed up.
Well, it's not getting, it is.
Yeah.
So,
I guess that one of the things that, when you look at the West Cliff frontage, most of that is single-story buildings. And if you start looking at some of our concepts elsewhere where we've considered mixed-use residential and commercial retail, am I missing the term, messing the terms up there?
I think that probably what you were going to say is we've looked at 2- and 3-story development when we've looked at mixed use elsewhere, but that's because it was residential above commercial. In this case, we're looking at a different mix, office and retail, not the residential.
Right. I'm wondering if in light of the motion that I originally made, where residential to me fits better off of West Cliff, a mixed-use residential commercial retail is what I was thinking about. But never mind. I'll vote.
all right, any other questions for staff before we open it up? Go ahead, Mr.
My
Nichols.
only question is are you, when you talk about multifamily residential, you do not mean office and multifamily residential in the same building, certainly, right?
No.
Well, we're not going to mess it up that way, are we?
No.
Okay, I'll go along with that.
Okay. I'm going to open up to the public.
Hi, Wendy Kaiser. I had a question. Is this just for the study?
Yes.
So would it be possible to consider office, retail, and mixed family for the study so that you have the numbers? On both of them, because we don't know in the future, 10, 20 years from now, they may come up with some really clever combinations, and that is a vital area over there. But Dover is a shortcut for those that avoid or come down Jamboree and go PCH, and then you cut up Dover. And I think that's why the traffic's heavier there. The traffic man was saying, because they go up Dover and then come across West Cliff to 17th. So you may have in the future more options available, so maybe for study purposes, you'd want to consider all three at both sites. Just a suggestion, thank you.
Okay, any other public comment? All right, I'm going to close that portion. Now, staff, you've heard these motions. So what is the vote to be on?
on my alternative.
Because
There's a
there's two of them.
substitute, there's a substitute motion.
Okay, we'll vote on that first.
Yes, which is the Planning Commission recommendation, which is what's up on the screen. The mixed-use office and retail on West Cliff, and the mixed-use office and multifamily along Dover.
Again, I think we can study, a lot of uses for that property, but I think we need to support the GPAC on this.
Okay, we're going to vote on substitute motion? Okay,
All ayes, motion carries.
good. All right, we've hastily completed that one.
Moving on to the next site. This is a piece of property that's abutted by the 73 freeway. Jamboree Drive is to the north. This is a piece of property that's a remnant Caltrans property. The creek, there's some question earlier about the creek that runs through at this location. The General Plan Advisory Committee had a recommendation which actually considered the entirety of a larger parcel, and their recommendation for that entirety of that parcel was for open space. This particular portion of the property is between the freeway and between another roadway here. I'm sorry, what's it? MacArthur. That is MacArthur, right in front of me, et cetera. And the staff's recommendation, which the Planning Commission endorsed, was to not designate that as open space, but to designate that as retail or service commercial, feeling that was an appropriate use at that particular location, provided that adequate access could be provided to that site.
How would you do that? Provide adequate access? You would tie up MacArthur terribly.
You could come in from Fairchild across MacArthur, extend Fairchild across MacArthur.
You mean at the stoplight?
Yes.
But you would still then be coming off MacArthur predominantly. That's pretty high speed there, and it's not a real wide road. You're going to really mess up MacArthur pretty bad.
There's a stoplight there now.
Yeah, but I mean, there's no turn-ins, Homer, so I mean...
There's an opportunity
just going
for...
around the office complex if you want to go there.
There's an opportunity for an additional traffic signal on what would be Bayview extended if it were ever extended past
And you have a
Jones.
viaduct, where you go over the top of that with the on-ramp.
There's an opportunity there for a parcel to be developed, and yes, it would take a whole lot of work to make sure that you provide the access, but it I think could be a viable parcel, and I support the Planning Commission, or was it staff?
Who recommended what?
The staff and the Planning Commission recommended the retail or service commercial, whereas the GPAC recommended the open space.
I moved that we approve the Planning Commission and staff recommendation.
Which was the
commercial
service
use.
commercial.
Yes. Right, the commercial. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Okay, I'm going to open this to the public.
Carol Weiss from East Bluff in Newport Beach. My concerns, again, are if you look to the left or look at of Area 5, which is the 73 freeway, when that was studied before, or the permits from Fletcher Jones Motor Cars were to be taken out to try to acquire just that area under the freeway, the Coastal Commission turned them down because that is in the migratory paths of the animals. To the right of Area 5 is all the Irvine Wildlife Refuge, and evidently this is in the path. Now, has anybody talked to Fish and Game about reopening this? I mean, it's just right over on the other side of the freeway. Underneath was within the path, so what is the latest on that?
We have not talked to Fish and Game, but we have had a biologist do some preliminary study of this site, and there are no biological issues here. As I recall that old Fletcher Jones application, the reason that the Coastal Commission staff was not supportive of it was that he wanted to use the area underneath the freeway ramps for employee parking, and his employees would have driven on a new driveway that went too close to the creek, and that was the concern of the Coastal Commission and why that application was withdrawn. The site that we're looking at here, as we've talked about, would take its access from MacArthur and Fairchild, so would not have that same difficulty.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, let's bring it back to vote.
With Councilmember Nichols voting no, Councilmember Daigle absent, the motion carries.
Okay.
Okay, the next area is just south of this. This is another remnant property. This is a piece of property that was, it's a vacant piece of property. It's owned by the Irvine Company. It's a remnant from an adjoining residential subdivision in the past. Currently, the existing general plan cites it as an undesignated site. It has no designation on it per se other than that. The staff recommendation, the GPAC recommendation, which was endorsed by the Planning Commission this afternoon, was to designate it as open space. It is currently also a drainage corridor that accepts the natural drainage corridor that accepts the drainage from adjoining properties.
Isn't that also the San Joaquin Transportation Corridor mitigation area and wetlands, if I remember correctly?
That's not, isn't it on the other side of Bison?
I think it's on the other
No,
side, isn't it?
this whole area here is the drainage channel comes out right through here and goes on over to the San Diego Creek here. So this is all, I don't know how you could develop anything
Even
other
more so anyway
than open space in that
Good.
location.
All right, is that a motion?
Yes.
Second.
Okay, any other questions? All right, I'm going to open it up to public. I'm going to close it. Let's vote.
All ayes, motion carries.
Okay, the next piece of property is a small piece of property off of San Miguel Drive, east of the San Joaquin Hills Road area. This used to be a child care facility. It is a piece of property that is surrounded by existing multifamily development. The recommendation of the advisory committee was basically to fill in the gap, if you will, by designating this site for multifamily. It's currently designated as government, educational, and institutional, which would not allow the multifamily development in the area. We did note on the page in the text here that the calculation of residential units is grossly inflated. We think the actual number is more like 19 or 16 units, not 196 units, given the size of the site.
I would agree with that.
What is the size of that site? What is the size?
It's less than an acre, 2 acres, something like that. We need to
What?
go back and check it, but it's a very small site.
Do we have, how big is it?
Yeah, I know.
We believe it's actually less than an acre.
Yeah, that's why I thought it was
Yes,
less.
okay.
Yeah.
And so what will we study it for? What sort of density?
Multifamily.
Meaning 200 units?
No, about 16 units is what
No,
we
that's fine. No,
calculated.
that's because I can say that's one of the few areas I can even speak of, because there's nothing left in District 7 except these little remnant slices. So I guess I'll make the recommendation to follow staff's play here. Do I have a second?
Second.
Good. Questions? Okay. Open to the public. Close it. Let's vote.
All ayes, motion carries.
Okay, the next piece of property is immediately south of this. This is just west of the Big Canyon Reservoir. It is a site currently developed with seniors housing. It currently has a designation of government, educational, and institutional. The recommendation was to redesignate it to multifamily residential to reflect the existing development on the site of the seniors housing units. And that was also the recommendation
All
of the
right.
Planning
Again,
Commission.
I guess, why was it ever designated the other?
Yes,
Because of
it
your
had been a
okay.
church site.
And
The
that's
church
is that
developed the
Lutheran
senior.
senior?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
fine. Okay, I'll make
Motion.
that recommendation.
Second.
Okay. Any, okay, we're going to open it to the public. Close it. Okay, let's vote.
All ayes, motion carries.
Okay, and our last discussion here tonight is at the latter part of this document, there's a section entitled Citywide Entitlement Reductions. It has two categories, one dealing with housing units, the other commercial square feet. What you see here in terms of minuses are quantities of either housing units or square feet that are reflect that development has not been built today to its full maximum entitlement. These are all Irvine Company projects. These are projects for which conversation with Irvine Company indicates an intent not to build out to make up the differential here on this particular site. These were some of the numbers that we referred to earlier tonight in the discussion about the amount of trips that might be saved. And so this is a, if you will, an adjustment of the ledger in terms of quantification that would enable us to save a few trips as a part of the planning process here.
We did give Irvine the equivalent, or less than the equivalent, but the residential and the commercial in the center.
Yep, in the center, that's correct.
I believe it's a good idea, but I'm...
Is that a motion?
Yeah, I'll make the motion that we are for that.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Do we have any questions for staff? Okay, let's open it to the public.
Now we have a chance. Dan Miller with the Irvine Company. Company's here to give up entitlement. Nobody's here to see this. It's that late hour.
It's on streaming video, Dan.
Yeah, that'd be great.
If there was nobody here to hear it, does that mean it actually happened?
Yeah, I know. Make sure that they understand that. Yes. I just want to make a point that, as it's been described as, there's a lot of square footage there, particularly in the commercial and some housing units. In a normal situation, even though it's indicated, well, we wouldn't build this, today we wouldn't build it, but we wouldn't necessarily, in most cases, give this up today. We'd retain it because in the past, we can redevelop particularly commercial, and we need the extra square footage. We've worked with the city in terms of transferring this to do something else that makes sense citywide. But I think what we try to do in working with your staff is to meet the goals of the GPAC, which is to try to find areas for trip reduction at the same time meeting goals of quality life and economic development in other areas. So I would not want to make light that this is just never going to be, would have never been built anyway, so it's, there's nothing really saved here. Because this is part of the overall general plan process, we're willing to work with you to try to meet those kinds of goals. Otherwise, we would not have given this up. We would come back to you and traded it and transferred it and potentially used it way down the line when we want to redevelop, particularly in the commercial areas. Market conditions change. We'd want to reserve that. The housing unit's a little bit different in that, those areas are kind of built out. But I think, as Councilmember Nichols indicated, this is a substantial amount of entitlement that we're giving up that leads to a substantial reduction in trips. And hopefully that's not lost on the community. That allows the fact of putting entitlement in other areas that makes more sense. And the GPAC recommended that and recognized that. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone understood in the context that this just wasn't an afterthought. There was a lot of discussion and strategy in what we're trying to do here tonight. So thank you.
Well, then let me ask you, then why would the company do it?
In order to try to help you meet your goals of the general plan and the goals and objectives that were set up by GPAC, which were to try to get a general plan that was trip neutral or a reduction, to move the the entitlement to areas that make sense, like the Fashion Island, Newport Center, as opposed to some of these other areas. So as to really try to help you meet your goals as a city.
But in fact, the company has benefited in certain areas where they have been transferred. I'm not saying that.
Yeah, absolutely. We have been benefited, not to the same
one for
one,
I understand.
but
I understand. But
right.
And it's laudable that you've done it. The company has done this, and it just so happens since you own a lot already, that some of the reallocations occurred in existing areas that you've still retained.
Absolutely. I mean, frankly,
That's
if you
good.
didn't approve the Fashion Island and left it as it is, we wouldn't be, we'd be saying, hey, we want to keep this then,
Oh,
from
that's
that
good.
standpoint.
That's
So,
good.
again, I think we're trying to be players in the overall city kind of strategy, and that's why this is here today. And I just wanted to, and that's why I got up, is I just didn't want to take light that this wasn't, this was an easy thing to do for us as a company.
No, I appreciate you staying around this long to.
Thank you.
Also, we have somebody here to explain the details that's not reflected in the chart. Thank you, Mr. Miller. Great. Any other? Yes, come on up, please.
I was equally, Mayor, Councilman Nick Hamilton, Newport Beach, I was equally baffled by the Irvine Company's willingness to do this, but just want to note that the public recognizes it and appreciates it. Thank you.
See, it wasn't a tree falling in the woods and no one heard it. So we have at least one tree, or one woods here.
Mr. Nichols?
I really want to, well, that's why I made the comment that we have the other on the front burner, that this is a trade-off, and not every company has an opportunity to do this, and if it makes sense for both parties, I'm all for it. And I think that it's rather unique, and I'm very pleased to be voting for this. In fact, I'll make a motion that...
You already did. All right, any other comment here? Okay, let's vote.
All ayes, motion carries.
You having fun yet, Bert? There's one more item on the agenda.
What's left? The annexation of the airport?
No, sir.
Okay, fine.
We don't have the traffic.
Oil rigs in the, off the pier? What's left? What are we missing here?
We're trying to figure that out.
Where is it located?
I'm looking for help from staff.
Sharon, did you have the Urban Crossroads letter?
Well, I just noticed that even though that was placed on the Planning Commission agenda for this afternoon, it doesn't appear on the council agenda, so I don't think we can deal with it.
There's a memorandum to the city council.
I know.
Agenda item 2.
I know. City Attorney, it says preferred land use plan project description.
We need to send this to Rome? Is that a go, Mr. Burnham? It's a no. Glad to have you back.
That's why you have meetings in September,
I understand, Mr. Burnham. Okay, staff, what does this mean?
That means we'll have to put that on your agenda for September 13th.
And does that hold up the progress of what you need to do in the interim?
No, because the most important thing were the land use quantities, and we'll be busy enough with that in the interim.
Okay, good job, Mr. Burnham. Okay, City Clerk?
Public comments. Public comments are invited on non-agenda items generally considered to be within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speakers must limit comments to 3 minutes. Before speaking, please state your name for the record.
Come on up. Good. Oh, we can close that? No, he is. He is.
Motion for reconsideration. A motion to reconsider the vote on any action taken by the City Council at either this meeting or the previous meeting may be made only by one of the council members who voted with the prevailing side.
Any motions for reconsideration? No. I want to adjourn tonight in honor of Judge Robert Gardner, who died this past week, a friend of this city, a longtime resident and attorney and judge, and columnist and surfer, and lots of stories and lots of memories. A wonderful friend of the city of Newport Beach and an old law partner of my father. in 1940, in the late 40s. So sad passing, and we wish Nancy Gardner and the rest of the family well. Thank you.